But
My wife's sleep now. What she said? I understand.
You're almost at the end of the month. I think this.
I want to welcome everyone to tonight's school committee meeting, and I'd ask that everyone stand and help us join us in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor?
Ask for the superintendent to start us on the next piece of business.
Sure. And this is fun business. There's a lot of people here. It's a wonderful evening. Lots of wonderful things to celebrate. And I'd like to start with the students who received the Seal of Biliteracy. On November 22nd, 2017, Governor Baker signed into law an act relative to language opportunity for our kids, commonly referred to as the Look Act. The State Seal of Biliteracy is a key element of the Look Act. On June 26, 2018, the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education adopted regulations that describe the criteria that school districts must use toward the State Seal of Biliteracy. The State Seal of Biliteracy provides a means to recognize high school graduates who attain high functional and academic levels of proficiency in English and another language, meaning that those students can function in those languages in authentic, real-life situations. This is the first year of this offering. The Lynn Public Schools had 78 students earn the Seal of Biliteracy, with some of the highest rates in the state in completion of low-incidence languages. All 78, now recent graduates of the Lynn Public Schools, are now recent graduates of the Lynn Public Schools. We celebrated them upstairs in proper form because they're not fitting in this space right now. But we thought it was appropriate to recognize them in this forum, and I'd like to do so with something we call a clap out. If I could ask everyone to stand and applaud our first Seal of Biliteracy recipients in what I believe will be their last experience as Lynn Public School students.
Before we get into the next piece, I'd like to ask everyone to shut their phones off or silence their phones, and if you would need to talk on your phone, you would ask that you please leave the room. We're going to be doing a lot of work and mostly recognizing some great students and some great achievements. So I'd like to have you silence your phones, and if there's any reason you have to speak, please go outside and do that. Thank you very much. Again, Superintendent Tutwiler.
Yep. Next on the agenda is the Loebner Essay Awards. Please. There's a microphone right up front. I had a little welcome as well. It was nice.
I'll stand here.
And we keep moving.
Thank you. All right. Good evening and welcome to the school committee's meeting. Today you're going to be getting the Loebner Awards. About 22 of you are. And we want to congratulate all of you from the elementary and from the secondary. And although I say this to the committee every year, so you're probably bored with it, let me tell them again one more time. This is the first time the elementary children get to come out of their schools and be recognized downtown by the mayor and the school committee. And this is a measure of how important we take education in the city of Lynn. And it's a measure of how important you are, not only to your parents, but to all the children and all the adults in the city. So we want to thank you for being here. With me today is, this award is given by the school committee, represented by the mayor and the committee, but also by the Lynn Businessmen's Ed Foundation. I'm usually up here with my good friend Gail. Gail has a title. I forget what your title is now.
I've become executive director.
There she is. And Mr. Gallo.
No longer president or vice president.
Oh, aren't you lucky? But Mr. Gallo's here, he is president, and he is going to be giving out the award with you. And at the end, I should tell you, I don't know if you should tell them this. I don't know, some of the children every year don't realize this. I give the award, which is a lovely little plaque you can take home, and the superintendent shakes your hand, and the mayor says hello, but he has something really great. I have a gift card for you. Oh, but from where? Yes, and how much? $50. There you go. Yes, absolutely. Why don't you stand in between me so you can pass out? I stand there. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh, you can walk in front if you want to walk in front. Fine. All right. I am going to call your name, and would you please come up? And the mayor will give you. The superintendent and the mayor will give you greetings, and Ms. Gallo will give you your award. The first one is from ABOM, Reem Arabar. Arabar. And she's going to become an engineer. We have a lot of engineers coming along in the city, I'll tell you. Are an obstetrician. Now you're probably wondering who I am, because I introduced the others, but I didn't introduce myself. My name is John Loebner. Dr. Loebner was my brother. He was got his doctorate in reading and writing from BU, and he would love to be here with us tonight. Unfortunately, he was superintendent many moons ago. Take your vitamins. All right, Bricka, Hannah Stevens. Where are you? Okay, no Hannah out there? We better put this no, is there a Hannah? No, okay. If she shows up, let me know so that we can get Hannah in here. All right. Was that a no? I know there are some people still walking in there. Okay. Callahan. Edward Lewis, and he wants to be an engineer. I'll tell you, this is cool.
He's got all the swag.
from Hobbit Elementary School, Valera Guzman. Valera? Valera Guzman.
Wait.
Come back. She wants to be a doctor and she's headed for Harvard or PU. Well, I'll tell you. There we go. Huh? All right, Connery. Edna Lemvo. Is she here? You're going to be a pediatrician of America. How do you do?
I love this.
Oh, picture. And now from Druitt's, we have a young person called Posa Amuosa. And I called, oh, is this you? Yes, I called the school. They made him come out. I said, this is the name. Look, you've got a few extra letters in it. And from Fallon, Joey Clinker, Fallon School. You don't see him? Joey Clinker?
Was coming,
What's that?
was coming.
He
but
was
I don't
coming.
see
Joey?
him.
Joey Clinker out there?
Probably can't get him.
No? All right.
I had a.
Yeah, we'll redo them. How about Ford?
How are you?
From the Ford School, we have Shelley Arega. Ford. Shaylee, there you go, Shelley. She just told me that. She is going to be an investigative journalist, so all you politicians had better be.
For the grumpy politicians.
Where's Harry? Laura, right in the middle.
Picture.
Now we have Hood, Akila Osman.
Awesome.
Ingalls, Hillary P. from Ingalls School. Where is she? So, yeah, oh, I'm so sorry. And another doctor, my gosh, we engineers and doctors.
Teacher.
Get it all handled. Lincoln Thompson, Viari Bordeaux.
They're on their way.
They're on their way? Well, that's our first lawyer, so.
We're late sometimes.
I wouldn't know.
All right, Lynn Woods, Katie Catterini.
I love it.
wrong one.
Sadie, am I getting this right? Aesthetician? You say it's aesthetician. There's something for you. Go look it up and see what she's going to be. All right. Sewell Anderson. Jessica Jewett. Now, while we're taking pictures, she has one of the more interesting biographies. You ready? Her essay was all about being an equestrian veterinarian. And there are very few parts of the world in the country. Shoemaker. Cameron Duff.
He's bigger than mine.
Oh. Congratulations.
Must not have approved the budget that year.
Oh, talk about following in the foot. Are they going to give you a prize? Well, you're going to get a prize. Congratulations. Okay, Susan Haley Coughlin. Superintendent Romeo. Now, she is a dancer, and that's what she hopes to do. So that's something with the arts alive and well. Tracy? Jesse? Oh, there he is.
What's he on to be? He's supposed to continue.
Wants to make design games.
Like that.
There you go. All right, Washington STEM School, Ureli Gutierrez, did I say it correct? Washington STEM? Uriel Gutierrez?
Uriel, see if Uriel is in the hall. Uriel?
Uriel?
I see a hand go up.
Oh, come on in.
Come on in.
Hot to ways, as they say. Let them through.
I can't.
Uriel, is there a Uriel out there? No. No?
No Uriel? All right, no Uriel. She wants to be an astronaut, so I guess she's landed all right, Reed. Fernando Sanchez, Reed. There it is. Oh, I remember reading now. You were in the congratulations.
Amazing.
You were in a great team. You could sing. Yes.
Something from, is that something you sang at, All Stars Night? It's a little balloon.
Oh, won't you stay with me? 'Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. But darling, stay with me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Stepped up.
That age.
Great job.
From Marshall School, Giselle Santos, Linda Verdi. Superintendent, the mayor, and Mr. Chairman. Maybe a lawyer.
Yes.
Yes, and or a fashion designer. So
Oh,
look
come
good.
on.
Pickering. And a rug? Nine. Another lawyer, and he was on a mock trial. Where was your mock trial? In school. There you go. All right, we're at Fecto Larry now, and this is Janelle Vasquez, and they're going to be a pediatric nurse. Is Uriel here? This is from Tracy, was it? No,
Washington.
Washington. No Washington. All right.
The Ari Boudreaux?
Boudreaux.
Not here yet.
Not here yet? No. Oh, well, hold tight.
All right.
Joey Clinker? Joey?
I believe that's Fallon School.
Hannah Steves. Hannah?
Is there a Hannah out there? All right, well, thank you, gentlemen, for being here for us. Thank you all. I read all of their essays. It's remarkable. They all want to go to Harvard or Yale, or one was going to a music symphony. They all have incredible dreams. Have dreams and music. So congratulations and thank you.
Next up is First in Math. Oh, you didn't have that, Ms. Albert?
Okay, all right, thanks a lot. Sorry to be a pain. All spelled out.
Hello, pardon me, I'm just gonna grab that bottle.
While up.
No worries. Sorry, questions for this?
Wow. Oh, the hardware. Got the. I don't know what's in the box, but let's see.
Betty.
How are you?
Good, how are you? Still waiting for Jennifer.
No, I've been here a long time, my friend. You girls are so stupid. I know she gets.
I'm gonna have to talk to her mother.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
They took it.
Oh, right there.
Mary, right over here.
She's on her way.
just let me know. Yeah, it's just for the extra students that are You get the first in math? You're welcome. I'm just going to announce it. If you're not getting the first in math, you're welcome to stay.
Good, how about you?
One of my today. I don't know why. Maybe because I watched the movie last night. You know, in that first period, halfway over, I said to Sheila, "You're going to lose. This takes me back to Canadians. They were pounding them, and they couldn't put a goal in.
Well, they needed the first goal.
Yeah.
And then that second goal, 7 seconds left.
When they couldn't break the ice, you know.
I thought they played well most of the game, but they just couldn't buy it.
Remember the game? Remember the game in '71 when they were up 5-1?
I was at that game.
They lost 7-5.
The first game, once they won the cup in 7.
Yeah, well, Chivas won the first game 3-1. Then they put
They
80.
scored. They were up 5-1 in the third period, lost 7-5. They ended up losing in 7 games to the Canadians.
Oh my God.
Mr. Mayor.
I wasn't there. They were last night.
I think it's worth 5,000.
No, they said there were, in fact, the Channel 7 News was, we've got 2 tickets that are going fast. They're 20,000 apiece, right behind the net. Oh, he was great.
Yes.
Joey Clinker's available.
Okay,
We
right.
have the,
So, I mean, he was a shortstop.
do that.
That's the picture. That is,
Where did Mrs. Thomas go?
That was 1970.
yeah.
It's in the picture.
Well, there's a statue out there.
Yeah, in front of
You
the
know, and, well, the picture.
I haven't started yet. You woke him up.
My
nephew got the log, one of the locker
I know I had enough to clap for us. I'm over here like dragging on, like it's literally like Rocky 5 right now.
Have some sugar.
I'm trying so hard.
Get the sugar bottles.
No, I'm getting ready for this conversation later about budget talk, so I'm just preparing myself, you know, calm before the storm.
So we had one more, actually we have 2 more, Losner Award winners. This is Joey Clinker, okay, who told me that he wrote about becoming a plumber when he gets older.
Yes.
So we want to congratulate him.
All right, and I don't see Mr. Gallo, but the Livingston Gazette is giving you a certificate. Barnes and Noble for $50, so congratulations. Oh, that was nice. Oh, photos on Lynn Public Schools.
So we will transition to first in math now.
Yes. First in math. Yes.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Shirley Albert Benedict. I'm the Assistant Director of Curriculum and Instruction for Mathematics. I'm super excited to be here this evening so that we can recognize wonderful mathematicians. What do you say? Enough with all that ELA stuff. It's time for math. So as you know, First in Math is an online program that all of our students from grades K to 8 have access to. They're able to play math games to help really hone their skills in mathematics. And we have so many students that have worked incredibly hard this year. I do want to give you a few figures just because, you know, it is all about math. So over the course of the year, students play and they earn stickers. Every time they earn every time they solve 3 problems, they earn 1 sticker. Do you want to know how many stickers our students throughout the entire city earned this year? Yeah. You ready? This year, the stickers earned by our students were 10 591,887 stickers. Wait! They get a sticker for every 3 problems solved. So you want to know how many problems were solved?
How many?
Oh, me too. You ready? 31,775,661 problems solved. So tonight we're going to recognize 3 categories. We're going to recognize our top school for the year, the top class or the top team for the year, and then we're going to recognize the top student in each grade level, as well as the overall first, second, and third place winners. So come on, enjoy our little presentation and help me to welcome these wonderful students. Are you ready? Yes. All right. For kindergarten, oh no, let's start with the top school. The top school has been the top school now for, I don't know, like 100 years in a row. Do I look that old? Yeah. Okay, I feel it. So, Tracy School has once again won the honor. Students at Tracy School have averaged 13,519 stickers. They are number 2 in the state and number 5 in the nation.
Mrs. Griffin, come on
Come
up.
on over. Congratulations. Nice work.
Hi. I tried. Where's Jessie? Did he already leave? Thank you.
Anybody look this way? Excellent, thank you.
Nice shot, guys. Alan likes that trophy. They'll leave it behind, Alan, when you go to
All right, some of you probably don't want to go too far because the next award that we're going to give out tonight is for the top team in the entire district. So the top team goes to Miss Nordyke at Tracy School. Her fifth grade class. They were number 2 in the state for their grade, as well as number 17 in the nation.
Good job.
Yeah, congrats to you.
I'm gonna give you the Tracy Street one as well.
Congratulations. All right. So the next category that we'll be awarding tonight is for each grade level. So the first place student for each grade level, and we'll start with kindergarten. So kindergarten is Belinda Lopez here tonight. Belinda from and you get to have some prizes in it. Come over here and say hello. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Belinda has 5,007 stickers. She's also number 1 in the state for kindergarten. All right, on to first grade. Our first grade student hails from Cobbett Elementary School. He earned 9,639 stickers. Louis Zacharias, are you here tonight, Louis? Louis, come on up, honey. 9,639
Anyone? Got any extras? I want some food.
Good job, Lola. So the student for second grade comes from Shoemaker School. He earned a total of 18,611 stickers. Number 2 in the state for his grade and 22nd in the nation. Prevail Ali, are you here tonight? You want to say hi to the mayor? Give me a shout out.
Want to get one?
Yeah, she got one.
Good job. Congratulations. All right, on to third grade. Third grade, our student comes from Tracy School. He earned 22,667 stickers. Number 1 in the state for his grade level and 11 in the nation. Emerson Jimenez, are you here? There you go.
Good job, buddy.
Awesome, Emerson. All right. Our next top student is from grade 4. He's a frequent flyer here at the First in Math Awards, I must say. He hails from Brickett Elementary School. He's earned 15,614 stickers and is number 1 in the state for his grade level. Ethan Giroux, come on up here. All right, Ethan. So you would think the next person honored would be from the 5th grade, but I'm skipping it for now. Right over to 6th grade. 6th grade, our top student in grade 6 hails from Breed Middle School. He earned 13,715 stickers and is number 1 in the state for his grade level. Daniel Mendez, come on up here. Thank you, Daniel. And our 7th grade top student comes from Thurgood Marshall. She has a total of 14,387 stickers and is 15th in the state for her grade level. Is Jahane here tonight? Jahane Garudi. I didn't think I saw her, so we're gonna actually get her certificate and her bag of swag to Thurgood Marshall. So, okay, so the next category that I want to really recognize are 3 amazing young people who work so incredibly hard at just about everything, but certainly at math, and they really were very committed to the work that they did with First in Math this year. These are the top 3 players overall for the city of Lynn. So in 3rd place is our 5th grade student who hails from Aborn School with a total of 24,413 stickers. He is #1 in the state and #9 in the nation for his grade level.
Wow.
Dylan Nordyke.
Again, you really did a wonderful, wonderful job. Good job, thank you.
So our second place winner has been a frequent flyer here as well. He hails from Breed. He's in the 8th grade. He works incredibly hard and quite frankly has the best tie I have ever seen anyone wear in my entire life. You have to check it out if you can. He has earned 40,176 stickers. He is #3 in the state for his grade level, and #5 in the nation for his grade level, and #51 in the nation overall. Help me welcome Michael Cortez. Back, and that's your little bag of swag.
Thank you very much.
And the final award tonight goes to our #1 top overall player for the entire district for the city of Lynn. He is in grade 8. I have seen him every year at these awards since he has been in 5th grade. He's amazing. He really works incredibly hard. He has earned a total of 63,087 stickers this year. He is #1 in the state overall. He is #2 in the nation overall. Sturgis Marshall, please welcome Derek Garcia. And he's like the best dressed guy in here tonight.
Jared's second. Michael's third.
Thanks. I forgot my coat, so.
So
So once again, thank you for coming out and helping us celebrate these wonderful students who have really dedicated so much of their time and their effort to mathematics and just becoming stronger and stronger at it every year, every day. Parents, I also want to thank you for really kind of encouraging your children and letting them be committed to what they love to do. So have a wonderful rest of the year and a wonderful, wonderful summer. Thank you, everyone.
oh, so are we going into?
So we have one more Lobner Award recipient, Leah Harvey, but I didn't catch the, Boudreaux, who made Bordeaux. Gary Bordeaux. Congratulations. We're so proud of you. Good job. You know what's in that box, young lady?
Oh, good, she got it on there.
I'm gonna tell you. A $5,000, a $50 gift certificate to Barnes and Noble. So you can keep on reading. Can we take a picture real quick of the family?
This is the
I might as well remain standing for this. So by statute, every school committee is required to have a student representative. And each year, we work with Lynn Tech, Fecto, Classical, and English to identify a representative. And that representative actually sits at the table at school committee meetings and can participate. Of course, cannot vote on matters, but they have been a wonderful, wonderful addition to these meetings, and I learn from them every time we meet. And so there are three, and I saw two of them, but let me invite first Krisneris Depot, who I see right here.
Oh, Duke. Few chances. You know?
Great. Thank you.
I don't think Mari's still on.
They're all great. I'll have you know, this young lady also served on the district strategic planning, inclusive planning team, and was also a very vocal participant there. And I know she'll make us proud. She's off to Duke for next year. Congratulations.
Your name tag too.
And the other is Carly Mendonca from class. Now,
Congratulations.
Carly
Good luck
doesn't
next
know
year.
it, but every time I offered my
Congrats.
opinion, I would watch her facial expressions to see if I was going in the right direction or the wrong direction.
Good luck, Howard. Good luck.
And I know she'll do us proud off to UMass Amherst next year. Congratulations. Is Amari here from Fecto? I don't see her either. I'll celebrate her though. Also on our inclusive planning team from Fecto Leary, active member as a student representative on the school committee. I want to celebrate her as well. So let's give it up for Amari. Now, you are welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but the student celebration piece is now over. Now we'll dive into some other stuff that I don't know if the kids will find very interesting.
Open invite now.
This is when your ego goes.
Johnny's funny. Are we gonna be able to get a break to go to the bathroom or no?
No.
Should never drink all this water.
Go ahead, go for it.
food come in?
Time, you can do it anytime. Bang, bang the gavel.
I would like to bring the curriculum subcommittee meeting to order. Nan, roll call.
Ms. Gately?
Present.
Mr. Nicholson?
Present.
Mr. Cassiano?
Present.
Observing Ms. Capola? Mr. Ford? And Mr. Satterwhite? And Mayor McGee?
Present.
You got it. Okay, so today we're going to have a presentation by the Social Emotional Curriculum, K through 5. And if you would like to come up, make your presentation, I'm looking forward to hearing it.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I'm very excited to be back to give an update on the process of the SEL Curriculum Resource Committee.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Hearing good things.
We're very excited. So the goal of the presentation tonight is just to provide an update regarding the process of the planning committee and to bring forward the SEL committee's recommendation for the K-5 resource and the proposed plan for implementation.
Switch them the other way.
So just quickly, a summary of the work to date. We have completed both phases 1 and 2, which is the project identification and the preparation and planning by the curriculum team. And then the current phase is phase 3, and that includes the ongoing SEL committee work that occurred throughout this school year, a presentation to the subcommittee in May, providing updates, and then the presentation this evening, which would make the recommendation of the committee. So the recommended resource would be Caring School Community, which provide a few of the highlights for that choice. It's a nationally recognized evidence-based program. SEL is viewed as existing within a larger context, including home, peer systems, classrooms, schools, culture, climate, and the community. It promotes family and community engagement. It has tools that assess program outcomes. It has a classroom approach to SEL beyond core lessons. There is support for academic integration. Support for climate and culture is seen as integral. And it has a customized implementation and professional learning. The overarching philosophy of Caring School Community is that relationships among the students, staff, and families are at the core of a successful learning environment and characterized by genuine warmth, interest, and a need to be valued and fostered. Students and adults need to spend time getting to know each other and appreciating one another. Caring School also believes that schools must create and support an environment for students to learn about others' interests, opinions, ideas, and treat one another with care and respect. They believe that the district holds the expertise and knowledge for what will work best in formulating a learning plan that will exist within the culture of the district, and that professional learning has the greatest impact when it occurs within the classroom and is tied to the curriculum that teachers are using. Some of the highlights of Caring School Community Resource include a grade-by-grade sequence of lessons, developmentally appropriate lessons broken down into 2 age ranges, K1 and 2-6, approximately 30 to 35 class meetings per year that help set norms, build social skills, solve problems related to classroom life and culture, etc. And there are 4 main components of the Caring School Community. The first is class meetings, and the goal of that is to build classroom community, set norms, help with social skills, decision-making, etc. There's a cross-age buddy program that fosters caring relationships between students of different ages. There are home-side activities that promote family engagement, and school-wide activities that build community and promote helpfulness, inclusivity, and responsibility. And as we move into what would be phase 4 of the planning for implementation and rollout, pending approval of Caring School Community as the SEL resource, they will partner with Lynn Public Schools to design a comprehensive, individualized implementation plan that includes ongoing professional learning options for various phases of implementation. A staggered rollout, the fall of 2019 for K2, followed by a winter 2020 for grades 3-5. And we'll provide Dr. Tutwiler with an update, and he'll provide a detailed update on the implementation to the school committee in September 2020. Just some important points to remember as we close is building a safe and caring community in schools and attending to SEL are essential to students' overall success and essential if we are to eliminate the disparities in educational outcomes. We know that children learn best in environments where their needs, social, emotional, psychological, and academic, are met. And when these needs are met, students will feel more comfortable expressing themselves and take risks necessary for learning. We believe that all learning is social emotional, and an SEL curriculum will make it a deliberate and intentional presence in our classrooms. Folks have questions?
Mr. Nicholson.
Thank you, Ms. Gailey. Thank you both for the presentation and for all your work on this. I know that we have been excited about moving this forward and talking a lot about the social emotional needs of our students and how we can do a better job in meeting those needs and developing those skills that we know are so important, and giving our teachers the tools that will help them develop those skills that they've always known are important, and educating the whole child. So one overall question I have for you is, I know a lot of work and thought went into selecting this particular resource. And I'm curious, so this is implemented next fall for K through 2. Let's say you're back here at this time next year. What will you be looking for to determine whether or not this was successfully implemented? How will we know this is a good curriculum that we should be continuing to roll out for the other grades and sort of doubling down on for the early grades?
Absolutely, great question. We would be working with Caring Schools to develop the implementation plan that makes sense for the district. We would be looking to do surveys with students, with teachers, with administrators, just to get a sense of how they feel the curriculum is rolling out, if they feel like their professional learning needs are being met, if not, what areas might be missing. And I would also like to be able to look at the skills that we're hoping that students will learn, the SEL competencies, and have a way of seeing from the beginning when we start to maybe the end of the year, some sort of survey to gauge if the competencies we're hoping that kids are learning through this curriculum are in fact being learned.
And is that part of the curriculum that the curriculum articulates those competencies and helps you understand how to measure them so that you could do that, or?
Yes, the curriculum is aligned with CASEL, which is the academic social emotional learning framework that we aligned all of the programs with when we went through the initial process of looking for a resource. And so, yes, they have survey tools and assessment tools to see whether or not students are making the gains that they would hope through the curriculum. So we'll be using the resources they provide.
Got it. And then we would start that in the fall to give us a baseline of the before and then have a follow-up as after.
So that would be ideal, is to get a baseline so that when we continue to assess throughout the year or at the end of the year, we can see what gains are being made. I imagine it would be an ongoing process of assessing the resource to make sure that the needs of the students are being met and the needs of the teachers are being met.
One of the things you mentioned at the end about how all learning is social emotional, and sort of in towards the middle, you talked about the support for academic immigration. I just would be interested in hearing a little bit more about how this will integrate into the sort of the day-to-day of what classes are already doing in sort of the core academic skills.
Absolutely. Caring Schools believes that all learning that happens, that social emotional learning, should be tied into the overall culture and climate of the school, and whenever possible, tied into existing systems that we already have and existing frameworks or curriculum that we're using. So it's really a way to set the foundation to really begin to either build or strengthen the optimal environment that we would want for kids to be able to learn, which is safe, warm, welcoming, inclusive, and really sort of leveling the playing field in terms of allowing access to all students for social emotional skills, to be able to learn the competencies that we know are important in order for students to achieve academic success, social emotional success, etc. So we're hoping that this will align with a lot of what we're already doing, but really one of the things that stood out a lot about Caring Schools was how much they believe in investing in the school culture, the classroom culture, and really trying to make the entire school the community in which students exist in.
And one last question. One of the things that I think is so important about social emotional learning, but at the same time that is daunting, is that this is helpful for all students to learn the social emotional skills and will be successful in whatever they go on to do. We also have some students with particularly high needs because as a result of trauma, and so how do we have this one tool that reach that range of needs?
I think it's hard to say that any one tool would reach all of the needs. What I would say is that social emotional learning in general and social emotional curriculum is one step towards equity for students. Because in a social emotional learning curriculum, you're helping kids feel safe to take risks, to make mistakes, to learn how to identify when they're feeling overwhelmed or stressed or other things that we know when you're feeling anxious or stressed or overwhelmed. The part of your brain that is allowed to learn and have memory gets shut down. And so just by the fact of having an SEL curriculum can help level the playing fields for the students that you're talking about, students that have experienced trauma, or maybe students with different abilities or disabilities, EL students. This really is a step towards equity for all students.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, Mrs. Satterwhite, then Mr.
Thank
and
you.
then Mr. Castello.
Thank you for the presentation. It's no secret that we really wanted SEL to be implemented in our schools for these particular reasons. One of the things that I'm going to continue on, my colleague was talking about, is what additional research was done to see if this program works in a district of our size or of our makeup? Did you research or ask for any, I guess you can call them references, and what districts those were, if they were compatible to what our district is or comparable to?
No, great question. We had brought that forward before the vendor presentation for Caring Schools. We had asked about if they had implemented this in a similar district with the varied needs that we have here. They did give a number of districts. I can't think of them off the top of my head. There was California, Florida, I can't remember, but I can get you the districts, where they felt that this curriculum was implemented in urban districts with diverse students, and they saw success in terms of academic performance, social emotional wellness.
And and knowing I lived in Florida, I went to a district down there, and they're normally countywide, not like here where it's city and you have a district, so it's much larger, hundreds of thousands of kids. It would be great if you can get a contact for someone that could be a reference and pick their brain with regards to some of the answers to Jared's questions as well, because if they've done it and they have the information, they probably would want to share it.
Absolutely.
I know we have to start somewhere. We have many kids that have experienced trauma and are having difficulties in our schools. So was K through 2 the start just because it's easiest, or is it just made more sense?
For the rollout?
Yes.
I think we were just trying to break it down into manageable chunks so that we have certain groups of kids and teachers in schools that we were starting with for the first part of the rollout, and then the second part would involve the 3-5, or if Caring Schools suggested a different breakdown in terms of grade, because I know their curriculum breaks it down by K1 and 3-5, but that was our idea of how we might sort of get our arms around this.
And I know it wasn't planned, but with the closing of the East Early Childhood Center and placing these pre-Ks in the neighborhood schools, these kids are now going to be able to experience SEL with regards to the benefits that the school culture will have. So I like that aspect. I know we probably didn't think of that, but having them in there, they're going to be able to experience the culture and all the other stuff that we're talking about, and hopeful that will transpire.
Yes.
So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And just to
one of the things in the K-2, 3-5 rollout, it's not just about purchasing the resource and passing out the resource. You have to have a plan for professional development of teachers. So the staggered rollout really helps us to empower teachers and prepare them to handle the curriculum.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you give me just some idea what home site activities might entail?
Sure. Caring Schools believes a lot of the social emotional curriculum would suggest that you have home school or school community connection. Caring Schools really believes that that's an integral part of the program, and they really want to work with us around how we think that might look in the Lynn Public Schools. So it could be us providing information to families as to what we're teaching students on that particular week or month regarding SEL. It could be a family activity night that's hosted at school. It could be sending students home with certain activities or certain things to show their families or the adults that they're living with what they're working on in school. So it's a way to really bring families in so that they're sort of learning at the same time what we're teaching the students. So it could look very different in different schools, but it's really just trying to capitalize on that important relationship and the engagement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for the presentation tonight. So the social emotional learner, it's a common word for my daily job. What I do as a social worker, I hear it every day. For trauma-informed practices, what ways, kind of piggyback off Deputy Superintendent Kim Powers, professional development, what engagement practices do we plan to utilize for student engagement, parent engagement? Because I see a lot of the components are involving students and families. In what ways are we going to engage them?
For the use of the curriculum?
Yes.
Through the use of the curriculum, they really believe that the fundamental tenet is the relationships that you have with your students and teachers and students and peers, and then schools and families. So they have whole hosts of activities that they do throughout the course of the year that involve lessons and circles that sort of align with what we would think of at the secondary level, more of a social justice sort of, or that sort of lens to it. But there could also be cross-age buddies, where they would be paired up, an older child with a younger child possibly, so it gives both of them the opportunity, the older one possibly to role model, the younger one to really be able to learn from someone that's further along in their grade, or learn about other kids or families. So a lot of the engagement is around how the lessons are delivered and the topics in the lessons. So it could be around kindness, it could be around perseverance, it could be around just getting to know the person who's sitting next to you and something you have in common, something that's different about you, so that you have an opportunity to start to see things from a larger perspective.
Thank you. Also, part of setting up norms, I think culture competencies play a major role, especially in SEL implementation. And when we roll that out, how will, so we have a diverse community. How are we going to roll that out in a way that we're going to be able to manage those competencies? And what ways are we going to enhance that in order to really fully engage? Are we prepared for that? Because I know when I dived into the curriculum, I reviewed this with several scholars I had professors look at the books that we were given, and a lot of the questions around how we roll it out, I think some of the question marks was around professional development and the culture competency piece. Like, how are you going to engage this material with someone who has significant traumas, or they come from a different country where they have experienced such critical times in their lives, and especially when we look at childhood trauma, it comes in many forms. There's complex trauma, there's multiple levels to it, there's layers to the way we diagnose medication, the way we treat it. What ways are we going to see the rollout be impacted by that?
SEL is often seen as sort of on a continuum. So you have the SEL, which might be the particular resource in the initial training to the resource, but there's also a piece of cultural competency and cultural proficiency, where we do have to work with teachers and have ongoing professional development. It wouldn't be just sort of a one-time thing in a PD plan, where we're trying to work with teachers around approaching the work through an unbiased lens, and then really leveraging the assets and the strengths of all of the students in order to deepen the learning. And that doesn't happen overnight, as you know. It's a process, but I see professional development and learning, and teachers being able to also learn about their own SEL competencies and how that impacts on the work and the students in front of them is all a part of it. I think that this is one piece of a very large and complex puzzle. This is probably what would be best described as a tier 1 intervention that's just provided to students in a classroom, but there are other tiers of interventions that might be small groups. It might be individual lesson plans, or things that you're doing with students whose needs are higher, but also really wanting to make sure we do also distinguish that SEL and mental health and trauma, although they can overlap, they are also very distinct, and they might have very different things that we're doing to assess the needs of students and interventions that are necessary, and assessment of those interventions. Although they do overlap, they're very different, but all need to be taken into account.
Yeah, because I think in order to enhance student success, I think that's why we're here. When we look at the social emotional learner, I stand in front of you, someone who is a SEL recipient. I know there's several moments in my life where I look back and I look through your materials, and a lot of it is to get these students to reach those successful milestones. And it really, it was the relationships from the public educator, from coaches, from people in the community that really engage. But it was really important to take that step and consistently take the step to keep showing up, not just in the classroom, but outside, going above and beyond. I think problem solving and emotional intelligence, that's a very vital skill to have in this world. And I think I really appreciate the district. Obviously, we're working towards, I was part of the district strategic planning committee. I was a part of that, and a lot of what we heard in those meetings it's come to fruition. And to see that, to see that work done and to see it continually progressively move forward is very important. And obviously the tools that we can put in front of our students like this will promote success. And I think if we keep rallying up and we put those opportunities in front of them, we can make it happen. So thank you.
We're looking to roll it out, the kindergarten through grade 2 for the fall. So what's the, what does it look like for the professional development piece?
Yes, that's a great question. The goal is to be able to roll it out in the fall, but we understand that there's a lot of PD that needs to be done prior to even just getting used to and understanding the resource. So if Caring Schools is approved and we go forward with that, the first step would be to reach out to them and say, we have chosen this as a resource, and then they will come out to the district and help us design a comprehensive but individualized plan that makes sense. The very first piece, though, would be professional development for the teachers in the classrooms that will be rolling it out first. So that would have to happen before any rollout would happen, before they would start to use this in the classroom.
Okay, and it says 30 to 35 class meetings, so you're averaging one a week is what the intent is.
Yes, in the beginning, it's 1 to 2 a week because you're sort of front-loading a lot around classroom rules or expectations or norms, but then it spreads out. So typically, it could be about 15 to 30 minutes a week where you have that circle where you have a lesson. It's less prescriptive than other resources, so if you notice there's a certain issue coming up in your classroom, there's a whole choice of things that you can choose from, whether it's about diversity or perseverance or kindness or bullying, where you have a whole series of lessons that you could also pull out and use if you find that there's a particular issue presenting in the classroom.
Okay, and looking in our budget under the social emotional, it is some of what is supporting this in any other part of our budget? I suppose that question is for Kevin.
Carolyn knows the budget.
Oh, you do, Carolyn, okay.
Yes, we're expecting that if this is adopted, the resource will cost about $65,000, and that comes out of the curriculum budget. And then we also have approximately $12,000 for the individualized professional development, which would likely be a combination of in-person and also sort of either online. They have a lot of resources online or virtual learning. It would be how we want it designed.
Okay, now, if it's online or individual, you have under the, in the budget, professional development stipends. So if somebody is doing something online, are they going to receive a stipend for doing that?
No, thank you. It's a different clarified, yes. There's two different PDs that we're talking about here. There's the PD associated with the actual curriculum resource and the skills necessary to roll out the resource, and there's separate PD that's just on social emotional learning. They're going to be aligned because they need to, you can't have one without the other, but they're distinct. One is for the resource and one is ongoing social emotional learning PD for the district, separate from the resource. About the competencies and why social emotional learning is important, what does it mean, the brain science behind it, that sort of PD.
Okay.
Separate from Caring Schools.
Oh, no,
Thank you.
Ms. Gailey.
I loved your presentation. I just have a question about the middle school and the high school. So once it rolls out K through 5, and I really liked what I read and went through, I think that it's a good starting point to have them learn basically how to respect one another, what you should behave like in a classroom, what is appropriate, what isn't inappropriate, and then move forward, because a lot of issues start in very young ages and they get the bullying and the pushing around or the not a good behavior model. So I'm really happy about this, and I really like what I read. I think you have dotted your I's and crossed your T's, and I think I would like to make a motion to accept the curriculum. I liked it that much.
I could second.
Roll call.
Mr. Cassianos?
Yes.
Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
And I think that concludes our meeting for tonight.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, motion to adjourn.
You have to move it to the full committee.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot one thing. accept it from the subcommittee to move to the full committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion.
Okay.
I have pizza.
What'd you say, pizza? Got abs I'm trying to get.
one person. All speakers must be at least 18 years of age or enrolled.
Schools that is
pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I'd ask you to stay standing for one moment. We are going to do a moment of silence for Mason Houston, who passed away, retired teacher on June 5th, 2019. Thank you. First on the agenda is minutes from the past 10th regular meeting.
Make a motion to accept the 10th regular meeting on May 30th, 2019.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Minutes are accepted for the 10th regular meeting.
And I make a motion that we accept the 10th regular meeting executive session on May 30th, 2019.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Minutes are accepted. Next on the agenda is appointment and elections. Amy Dunn, Superintendent.
Yes, indeed.
Tutwiler, would you like
If
to?
we can respectfully ask.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to thank everyone individually, so 1 second.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, good luck.
I know you're going to do us proud, Amy.
Congratulations.
No, thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'm taking your microphone with you. I'm going to go very quickly because I know you have a lot on your business tonight, but I just want to thank everyone here. I want to thank all of senior leadership in the district. They've all been very, very supportive of everything we've done this year. I want to thank Brian. He traveled with us to New York to work on school improvement with us. I am so grateful to be part of Lynn Classical's team. We have an amazing set of leaders in that building that are dedicated, they're smart, and they love kids, which is the most important thing. I think we're doing a lot of great work this year. I look forward to moving that work forward, and I'm just super grateful. I also want to thank Shannon Gardner. She's been partnering with us through all that work. Deborah Gero, my deputy partner. I'm just so excited to be part of such a dedicated team, and I really, really appreciate the faith and everything that goes into this job. So thank you so much.
Welcome, thank you. Superintendent Tutwiler?
You didn't think you were going to get away without me talking about you for a second, did you? I just, what's that? No, you can get it. You're all good. As long as you can hear me. I just wanted to be known that when Ms. Dunn accepted the acting role, she jumped in with both feet in a time when there was a lot going on at Classical, and quite frankly, the kinds of tasks that typically a veteran or seasoned principal would take on, she took them on masterfully over the course of the year. And some people say that when you're in an acting role, you are essentially interviewing for that position. Well, she sold us right away with her incredible leadership. She pretty much put the school on her back and carried it this year in ways that are really, really impressive. And then she blew our socks off in the interview. And so I'm really looking forward to all the things that she's going to do in her alma mater and the school where for the next 11 years her children will attend. So congratulations.
Next on the agenda is presentations. MASC Policy Manual, Dorothy Presser. Welcome.
Hi, Dorothy.
It's nice to see everyone again.
Nice to see you.
I'm here to talk to you about the potential of engaging MASC on a policy review project. I understand that you're interested in doing that, so I just wanted to explain to you what we can do for you, what the process is, and then answer any questions that you have. MASC does policy reviews with districts all over the state, and districts, it's not uncommon for committees to find that maybe they've fallen behind in the review process. Other things come into play, selecting a new superintendent, building projects, things like that that get in the way of policy review. So what we do when a committee engages us is take all the documents that you have related to policy from your district. So your current policy manual, collective bargaining agreements, other things that have policy implications. We take all that and we organize it and compare it to our policy reference manual. Excuse me. And we put that together in a document that we're going to bring to the policy subcommittee. And we go through policy by policy and look at what you have, what we have, and make a determination of, is yours up to date? Is ours more current? You may have policies that we don't have that are perfectly logical for you to have, because every district has their own unique policies. So you may say, okay, we're gonna keep that one. Or you may decide to revise it, or you may decide it's outdated and maybe you should delete it from your policy manual. There may be policies that we have that you don't. So then, again, the same determination, should we adopt this, or is it not necessary for our district to have this policy? There may be policies where we both have the same policy, but the wording doesn't match. So then again, we look at which do you prefer? Is there a blend that you prefer? Does yours not match ours because yours is out of date, because there's been a change in law or regulation that you haven't caught up with? In our policy reference manual, all the policies are, have a reference to the law and regulation that it comes from, if it comes from a particular law or regulation. And all our policies have been reviewed by our own legal counsel to make sure that they fit any law and regulation that is out there that you should have a policy relative to. The project generally takes a long time. We meet generally once every month or 6 weeks with the policy subcommittee and take a chunk, whatever we can get through in a couple of hours. And that can span, depending on how fast you move, a year or two to get through the entire manual. But once it's done, you'll have a complete up-to-date manual. We make sure that we're doing all the edits and changes and tracking all the edits and changes all the way along the way. So that editing and tracking falls to us, not to anyone in the district to do. And then at the end, you'll have a complete up-to-date manual that you adopt and rescind all prior versions. In addition to that, if you want to go a step further, we also have an online hosting service where we can actually host your policy manual online for you. We provide a link. And in that instance, you have a policy manual that you tell us the updates if you make any changes, but it's in one place. It's not like you have different copies around the district that you have to make sure stay updated if there's a policy change. It has a keyword search capability and hyperlinks to all the laws and regulations that are referenced. So that's outside of, separate from a policy project that we would do with you. If we do a policy manual review with you, it's the charge is $10,500. We bill that over 3 years. No matter how long the process takes, we bill it over 3 years, so it's only $3,500 a year. And then, we can bill, for instance, if you think you're ready to do it, we could bill you the first year this year. If you have some leftover funds, you might want to be able to commit to it and not have it impact your budget next year as much. So that's a brief overview of the process. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Member Satterwhite.
Thank you for the presentation. I know that at a meeting we had before, Jarrett had already had this information, but we wanted to welcome you here just to hear from you and to see if there's any additional information that we should have. I think that it's smart to go through your entity because of what services you offer. And if there are 3 people doing it, it could be a little messy and you're not tracking the changes. The full committee is going to want to know what's been changed. So the fact that you do that is a good thing. One of the questions I had was your best practices or best policies that you have drafted and have been reviewed by your council are good, but if, say, we come together and we say we want to alter this just a little bit or do that or something different, or this is a policy that is not in your Rolodex, will your legal counsel also review that to make sure that it's compliant, and then we move forward, or?
If there are any question, I mean, very often, we'll from experience know the answer to your question. If there's a question of, is our policy, are you changing a policy that we have in a way that might make it non-compliant, then we would check that out.
Okay. That's good to know.
Yep.
That's good to know. The pace is really up to us, is what it's.
Yeah, the pace is up to you. I've found a few ways in working with districts that accelerate the pace and make the meetings a little bit more productive, which is helpful.
Okay.
So, you know, I try to send what we're going to review ahead of time so that the policy subcommittee can have a chance to read through and figure out what their questions are. Or if it's policies that relate to a certain area, like very often, one of the sections of the policy manual is fiscal management. So having your assistant superintendent or whoever your budget director is look at that certainly makes more sense than just the policy committee sitting there and looking at it. So if you get that ahead, then you can show it to the appropriate administrator and get some of those questions answered. Or if it's just a procedural thing that doesn't have the legal implications, they can say, no, our procedure differs from this and the policy should really reflect something different than either what you have currently or what we might suggest.
Makes perfect sense. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Other questions? Member Nicholson?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say thank you for coming tonight. We've talked as a committee over the last few months about where we are on our policies and why we need to do this update. And I think, you know, this sounds like a great opportunity for us to be able to tap into not only your expertise and your capability, but also sort of the statewide perspective that you have on the most up-to-date policies while maintaining whatever local flavor that we think is important in the process. So
We never come in and say, no, you have to have this, you know. Occasionally, yes, you have to have it that way because the law or regulation says you do, but there are a lot of instances where we're not going to come in and say, no, you have to run your district this way, or this has to be the policy. It's your manual.
Great.
Member Castellanos?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation tonight. Is online hosting, is that part of the 10,500 or is it,
No, that's separate.
what's the cost of that?
The first year that we upload it, it's $3,500, and then it's $900 every year thereafter to maintain it. If you decide to commit to the online hosting at the same time you start the policy manual review, we'll give you a discount in year 3 of the manual review. I'm not sure what the discount is, but I know there's a discount.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Next on the agenda is school-based health center presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you to the school committee and the school administration for granting us the time. Just want to recognize my school-based health center folks are here in Fulton. Just raise your hand if you're school-based. So I'm here to talk about a request that we're making from the health center to the school committee. I'm Kiame Mahania. I am the CEO of the Lynn Community Health Center. I've been CEO for about 1.5 years, and before that, I was chief medical officer there. I was trained as a family physician. Although these days, I work 1 day a week seeing patients, and all my work is in our addiction, substance use disorder clinic. So that's all the clinical work that I do. So I don't actually do that much on the topic that I'm talking about today. Hence, I brought my reinforcements in case you have questions. So there's been a long and successful history of partnership between the Lynn Public Schools and the Lynn Community Health Center. So for instance, officially the city of Lynn, as well as the official physician for the Lynn school system, is our chief medical officer, Dr. Baczynski. And just as a comparison, for a point of reference, the number of medical visits that we've done in the school-based health centers this year in Lynn is about 8,000 as of the end of April. So I think we're around 9,000 through the end of last month. And then perhaps not recognized by most people is that we have a huge amount of behavioral health visits that we do. So we have both therapists and psychopharm providers, meaning psych NPs and psychiatrists that also prescribe. And they've, this year up to date, have about 23,000 visits. So this is a very involved program that we've had. And also we are a nonprofit. All those people that raise their hands accept to work for the health center for about 15 to 20% less than they would make if they just walk down the street to the hospital. So thank you. And the way that we do payment is this year the state made it very easy for us in the sense that we can see any kid, any student in any of our centers, and the state reimburses us. They don't obviously, as everything else, they don't reimburse you at the level that you want, but nevertheless, it means that we're able to sustain our presence. And the way we were, Superintendent Tutwiler was surprised when our first meeting I asked him, well, what school do you want to open next? He didn't realize he had the choice. So we have a grant from partners that over the last 3 years has allowed us to open one new school every year. So this year we opened Washington, and next year the school administration chose Fallon. So we're getting ready to open a behavioral health treatment unit in Fallon. And then there's one more year. So next year the school gets to decide again one more school where they want us to provide mental health services. And we're hoping to convince the hospital and partners to keep that going. Lynn is very unusual in the fact that it has 16 school-based health centers in the 16 schools. As I don't say this in public too much, but Lynn actually gets 20% of all the DPH money that's allocated to school support. So Lynn is somewhat exceptional. There's no other city in Massachusetts that has this kind of penetration from school-based health centers. So these are the schools. I know you would like to know the names, so I put them up there, which schools will provide full services. So by full services, I mean we provide medical, primary care through our nurse practitioners, but also behavioral health therapy and psychopharm services. Whereas in the schools that are below, we only provide therapy and psychopharm services. You'll be not surprised to know that generally it's expensive to run a school-based health center, and when we have to choose between either providing medical or behavioral health, we're leading with behavioral health because we think that the way society is changing and the amount of demands that there are around mental illness, we think that that's where the greatest value lies for the schools. So what is our ask? The ask is really to increase family planning services that we offer at the integrated schools, so at the 8 schools that I mentioned up above there. So mostly talking about the high schools. That's where we want to have more services that we can offer in the high schools. So why are we asking for this? So currently what we can do is we can provide basic education when the students come and ask us questions or have fears of pregnancy or have questions on sexually transmitted illnesses. We can test for STIs, we can test for pregnancy, and we can prescribe birth control electronically, meaning that we can send a prescription to the pharmacy of choice of the student and they can pick up the prescription there. Or we can refer to one of our clinics, especially if they want what's called LARC, so long-acting reversible contraception, like Depo or Nexplanon or an IUD, meaning these are birth control methods where you don't have to do something every day, like take a pill, remember to take a pill. And so that's what we do currently. Part of the issue is that even though overall the state has improved dramatically, and Lynn in particular has improved dramatically over the last 10 years, Lynn is still in the top 10 cities with the highest birth rate in Massachusetts. We're currently at number 6 on that list. And why do we think that's happening even though we have all these services at the high school? So every high school is covered. The nurse practitioners gathered information for about 2 months in preparation for this talk. So it turns out that generally you can see that when we refer patients for family planning services, when we send prescription, there's a certain number of students who simply fail to follow up. They just fail to go pick up the prescription, and even a higher percentage fails to actually show up for the appointment to get a depot shot or to get whatever method of birth control that is of their preference. So you can see that it adds up pretty quickly. If we have, this is data over the last 2 months. So at Classical, over the last 2 months, we had 43 students that we referred for family planning services. 8 didn't show. 16 were referred for Plan B, and this is surprising. Plan B is a medication that you take when you've already had intercourse and you want to prevent the implantation of the egg, and still half didn't show up to fill up the prescription. And you can see the numbers for Lynn English and for Tech. And so we're thinking that if we were able to offer something like the depot shot, which is a shot that you get every 3 months, and the way the depot shot works is that it simply prevents your ovaries from shooting out the egg. So you essentially do not produce the egg, so you can't get it fertilized, and so you can't get pregnant. That we would dramatically decrease. We think that based on these numbers, we may be able to drop the rate by 20 to 25% among teenagers. So what are our asks concretely? The number one ask is to be able to give condoms to students who are asking. Number 2 is to be able to dispense the actual oral contraceptive in the high school when they ask for it, if we're going to prescribe it, to actually give it to them. To be able to inject Depo-Provera. And the advantage of Depo-Provera is that there's a huge amount of literature that shows that for teenagers in particular, anything that you have to take every day, the efficacy of birth control pills in teenage girls is just, it's not even close to what the efficacy is in adult women. Whereas the Depo is something that you just have to remember every 3 months to go get your shot. So it's something that's much more preferable. And then to be able to provide emergency contraception. So that is essentially the Plan B, which is where someone has already had intercourse and you're preventing the egg from implanting itself in the uterus. So those are the 4 asks that we have for the school committee. And as an example of who does this already in the state, so this is not a comprehensive list, but this is a list of those we could compile in the past 2 weeks simply by calling our colleagues in the different places. So you can see that there's 5 Boston high schools that do it. Cambridge Ridge and Latin does it. The Charlestown High School, Chelsea, Everett, Lawrence, Peabody, Salem, and Somerville all provide family planning services in the school. They don't all provide necessarily every single part of they don't all do emergency contraception and all do, but they all do either 2 or 4 of those services. And then my last slide, you can see in the handout that I gave, in general, teen pregnancies are bad for the teenagers. They tend not to be great for the kids that are born to teen moms. Generally, if you're going to be a great teen mom, you also would have been a great mom at 23 later on. And also, what we do know is that it tends to happen to girls who have higher scores in terms of adverse childhood events. And we also know that it increases the demand on resources, both in the family and in the community and in the schools.
Questions? Member Satterwhite.
Thank you. I've seen exactly what you've done with your organization in our schools, and I appreciate it. My wife's a school nurse, and she's at Marshall. Next door is Lynn Community Health, and it's a great a team atmosphere. Same thing with Ingalls and all the other schools. So I do appreciate what the Lynn Community Health Center does. For our students, 23,000 visits is quite a bit for behavioral health, and that's great. And the medical visits of almost 8,000 is wonderful as well. If you look at the agenda, I'm not sure who put it on there. It just says school-based health centers. Doesn't really. I found out about what we were going to talk about when I was speaking to Deputy Superintendent Powers, and this is important information, but it's not just important information for us. It's also important information for families that may have wanted to come to see exactly what was going to be discussed, and we live by the I guess the slogan "No surprises," and I think that that's something that we need to live by, but we also need to lead by, and maybe explaining exactly what the school-based health center was going to come and talk about would have been good just for the public to know. These are not necessarily the most comfortable things to talk about because teen pregnancy is a big deal. I got some data today that said that the state's teen birth rate is 8.5 births per 1,000 girls 15 to 19. Lens is 29.2, and only New Bedford and Lawrence are higher among the state's largest cities. So obviously there's an issue. It needs to be addressed. Should the school be involved? If we have the health-based centers and we have community input and community support, I think so. But I just really wish that we had a more of a heads up as to exactly what we were going to talk about. You showed us a list of 9 or 10 cities that you currently.
Correct.
How different is what we're doing? I know you said that there's things that they don't necessarily do.
I think, Julie, you might know in terms of the actual services.
Hi, I'm Julie Chan. I'm a nurse practitioner at Lynn Tech. I actually did my clinical internships in the Boston Public School System along with their school-based health centers there. So we are very different from some of the surrounding cities, especially different from Boston. In Boston, we can give out Plan B, we can give out oral contraceptives, they can give out Depo-Provera, and they can give out condoms. The only things that are not done in the Boston Public School System are IUDs and Nexplanon because those are procedures. And so everything else they do there. In some of the more surrounding areas, so Chelsea High School is also able to give out birth control there too. And as we know in previous studies in other cities and other locations such as Colorado, once they started offering long-acting reversible contraceptives and increased access, there was a 50% decrease in teen pregnancy rates. That's not a small number. We have the kids coming to us. We have the kids coming to us asking us questions. We would all love it if they didn't engage in sexual activity. That would be great. We are on the same side as the parents. We talk to them about healthy relationships. We talk to them about talking to their parents. We would prefer if they involved their parents and their parents brought them down to their pediatrician's office. We all want that. But as we all know, sometimes teenagers do what they would like to do. And as much as we would all like them to do what we would like to do, that doesn't always work out so well. And so when a kid comes to me and they ask me, Miss, I'm doing X, Y, Z, I'm really worried, how do I protect myself? And I can list all the ways that they can do that. And they go, great, where can I get this? And I go, CVS is down the street. Lynn Community Health Center is a half mile, a mile, or depending on what location they are away. And it would be much easier to help prevent teen pregnancies and STDs if we can provide some of these services, even something as simple as condoms. They do know that they exist. And I can say that the happiest story that I heard this year was at the prom when they were searching the backpacks and they found a backpack full of condoms. And yes, this is very awkward, but on the upside, they are trying to protect themselves. And, you know, you asked a really good question about should the schools be doing this? And you're right, that is a very good question. Kids come to school to learn. They come to school to learn about math, about English, and to hopefully be able to become contributing members of society. And one of the things that we also teach them at the school-based health centers is how to deal with their emotional issues so that when they go to work one day that they don't yell at their boss and storm out. We also teach them when they come to me, you know, like, yes, you do need to brush your teeth every day. You do need to floss. You should get your flu shot, hopefully. How to navigate the medical system. Your mom will not be making your medical appointments when you're 25. I'm very sorry to tell you that, but I will teach you how to do this. But we're also teaching them how to access their own health care and how to navigate the system on their own. And part of that is learning how to protect themselves and hopefully talk to their parents in a much more comfortable way.
Member Castellanos.
So I want to say thank you for your presentation. I just want to say really how much I value this, you guys, because I work with you guys every day. When we talk about access, equal access, and you just said in your last sentence about, some families and parents teach kids about sex ed. That's not happening. And you guys are already doing the work. You guys are literally on the ground. You guys are their parents. You are that form of education. Because engaging in that level of a conversation is very difficult for a lot of parents. And when you have single parents, it's even more difficult when you have parentified homes, people who are growing up with no supervised households. And we have a lot of that in our district. As a social worker, I am my particular field, I am the person who does that as well. I have to send them to you guys and say, this is what contraceptive is. And I have to have those. I'm a social worker. I have my tolerance of conversation. I don't mind having that conversation. But it's a very, very important conversation. And it's also, it was thrown at us in a little bit of a curveball because I wasn't prepared to talk about, when we talk about injected Depo-Provera and having those options at schools, I do have constituents who would love to learn more about it. I think allowing that access, the educational piece, to really, we start there. And I know what the core asks, and I respect that because I understand. I live it every day. I'm on ground zero working these same issues and referring clients to you guys every day. And that's something that I really appreciate. And what ways, and I know you guys are involved in many schools already. You guys are already doing the work. What ways do you feel like, in terms of just engagement practices, we could start that out without, how can I better engage my constituent? How do we develop a strategy to implement information and educate first? Because I think when we talk about prevention and these types of harm reduction models, I think we just went from 0 to 100. Like, you're talking about giving people like these options right now. Like, I understand we're doing it now. I understand that's what we're actively working on. But how can we work to gain? Because I think it's trust. I think it was really. I agree with Michael. I felt like I was coming into a different conversation, but obviously this is what we have. But I also I respect it, and that's what we're here to have these conversations. How do we engage? How do we implement that? Because I know there's definitely an impact happening right now, and I think you guys are on the ground doing work. How can we work together?
So it's a tough question, because I also think that the parents and people who are engaging are probably whose kids need us the least, right? Like that's so the people who are going to be actively engaged and actively wanting to talk about it, either for it or opposing it, are not their kids are not necessarily who we're worried about. I mean, generally, so when I used to see kids, I used to have a rule with parents. I used to say, when your kid turns 13, they have the right to kick you out of the room, and I'll talk to them, and you can't be in the room, and unless they're going to hurt themselves or someone else, I'm not going to tell you what we talked about. And if that's not acceptable for you, you need to go find another provider. And so part of my answer is always, would you rather find out that your daughter was getting birth control without you knowing for 2 years, or would you rather find out that you're becoming a grandfather in 2 months? And so I think that, yes, there is some amount of education that can happen, and perhaps sort of in terms of the role of the school in that, in that setting, but I think that we're not talking about basic education, we're not talking about basic sex ed. We're talking about people who are already engaging in regular sexual activity. And we're saying we have a way of preventing the pregnancy for people who are already engaged. And I think my perception is a lot of the debate and angst is around, are you exposing every single kid to this? Are you, right, to that sexual education and all? And we're really targeting the kids who are having regular sex and are worried enough about it that they're going to talk to Julie and her cohorts. But I mean, ideally, yes, ideally there'd be a community groundswell that's putting pressure on you guys and tell you guys either we have this or you're voted out, right? But that's a difficult thing to orchestrate.
Member Capola?
I think I'm a little on the side of some of my members here, because a couple of weeks ago when we had our last school committee meeting, I brought up that maybe we could have Lynn Community Health Center come in and we could talk to them about increasing social workers, because we had students, you know, that were very concerned that we don't have enough social workers in our budget. And so that's what I thought I was getting. So I was surprised when I got that. But I have no problem with it, because the job that I do, I work with teen parents. They already have babies. It's at a daycare center here in Lynn. It's a program that's funded by the state. And, you know, this year we had 7 students that graduated from our high schools. And I have seen the numbers go down, but we are still high on the list. So it is really, really important, you know, what you've presented to us. But I do think that we all thought it was something different, probably every one of us, when we got the agenda. There just wasn't enough wording to it, or enough information that came forward to us. And so it wouldn't be wise of us to take any vote today without allowing the public to have, you know, some questions answered also, you know, and some concern. Because they're going to be, number one, saying, you know, some parents are going to feel like you're taking it away from them, you know, what they feel like they are, should be doing as parents. But I think it's important. The one other thing that I have had concern with is sometimes the health center itself will be working with some of our students in regards to, you know, they are pregnant, or, you know, they are pregnant, but yet it's not, there is no way, and I understand under the HEPA law, to share it with the other nurses that are working with the schools, and they have a concern. They'll say, now somebody is, you know, 6-7 months pregnant, and they're hearing it for the first time, but yet, you know, the health center has known it since they were 2 or 3 months along. And the school could support that student in some way. So that's just my concern, but I think it's an important thing. I wouldn't have a problem with it, but I would like to have it shared with other, you know, have parent input on it.
Gately, but recognizing all of the comments that were made, I think this is a presentation and the beginning of a longer discussion. So I don't think there's any indication that there was a vote scheduled tonight related to this. I think we're getting a presentation, so maybe it was unclear what the subject matter was, but I think it's the beginning of a discussion that I'm sure can continue based on the information we got tonight from the Lynn Community Health Center, as well as the ongoing discussions I think we have to have based on the information we're receiving tonight and what our decision would be based on. I think maybe another presentation as well as other discussion as we move forward. Just I want to make that point. Member Gay, yes, Superintendent, please.
We make public the agenda on Friday previous. This is not my meeting, it's our meeting. If there's ever a question about an agenda item, you should call me. I didn't get a call on.
I put a request in through our staff about this topic and was told that nothing was available.
And the same thing with Donna.
The request was for the PowerPoint, which we did ask for, and they said they could not have it ready for us in advance of it. No one called me and asked about the subject matter of the meeting. That's my point.
But, the issue, if I can, your man.
Well, Member Satterwhite, then we'll go to Member Gately.
Sorry. Well, because Donna did speak about it just, I think, a meeting ago, and we just went to Ingalls to do the walkthrough. So I thought we were talking about the increase in the Fallon is going to have a new health center. So there were many things that went to my head besides this.
Understood.
I just
Member
want to
Gately?
know, can a parent like waive their kid out of using anything, like going to you or using, like, is there any way a parent can
Opt out.
opt out for their children to be involved?
So.
Say there's
this relates
15 years old.
Yeah, this relates to state law, which essentially says that when you become sexually active, that part of your life makes you an emancipated minor, and you can make your own decisions.
Okay.
And so this is not Lynn Community Health Center doing it, or this is a state law that says that there are several rulings on that. Like if you join the military, you become an emancipated. There's like several things that make you an emancipated minor.
Right.
And sexual activity or contemplated sexual activity is one of those. And also, I agree that further conversation is good. Just to know that these services are being offered. The services are being offered already. So it's not whether or not we can offer a service, whether we can offer them physically in the school. The actual philosophical decision is already happening. The kids are already coming to us. They're already saying, hey, I don't want to get pregnant. We need to do something about it. And by law, we're required to not tell the parents. That's, or school nurses. Or so the work is happening. It's just that because of the way we've structured it, we think that we're probably having about half as many pregnancies as we could if we could give it physically at the school.
So I wasn't expecting to discuss this tonight, but I looked at your 4 asks, but I didn't have a chance to jot them all down. And I like to take things home, and I like to research things. So is there any way you could, like, send me those 4 asks?
Yeah, well, actually, the PowerPoint is to be left here because I was afraid of the school virus. So
Sort of like an STD.
Wow. There's no more virus. We're good.
Go to you.
Sorry.
Member Ford?
That was a pun, sorry.
Member Ford, then Member Nicholson, and then Member Capola.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank you for the presentation tonight, and I got 4 daughters, and I spent a lot of sleepless nights. I am now out of the danger zone, but I think that there's nothing that changes a young lady's life more than an unwanted pregnancy, and I think we should be doing everything we can to make it that way.
Thank you.
Member Nicholson?
Thank you. Well, first, I just want to thank you for coming and for the presentation. We so appreciate the partnership that we have with you, and that number that you gave us about the salience of the Lynn and the public health spending in Massachusetts is really astounding, and we're grateful for that. So thank you. And we're thankful for all of your team that you have in the schools who are working with those students. We really appreciate what you do every day, and we know how important it is that students' needs are met outside the classroom. And I think we've talked a lot about how as issues have evolved in society and more of a burden have been placed on our students and our families, people are always looking to the public schools to step up and help everyone meet those needs. And in this particular area, we couldn't do it without the expertise and the commitment and the training of the health professionals of the Lynn Community Health Center. And so we're really grateful for that. Thank you. On the topic at hand, I do hope that we don't let the process distract from which I think it's a really important issue that is squarely something that we have an opportunity to have an impact in the lives of our students in a positive way. So I'm grateful that we have a chance to have a face-to-face conversation to start this, and we'll have an opportunity to flesh this out and really understand what the implications are and how we can be most helpful for our students. To that end, I would be curious, so we kind of got a list of 4 recommendations and a list of about, I don't know, 8 or 10 other communities, and with the caveat that of those 8, not all of them have all 4 recommendations. And I'd be curious, for those that don't have all 4, if there's any insight into which ones they selected and why. And if those 4 are the right 4, are there other strategies out there that we've chosen to take off the table that other districts are offering, or how do we arrive at these 4 as the ones that are being recommended?
Yes, I think the only one that we took off the table, and I'm not aware of any school-based health center that does it, are the procedural level long-acting reversible contraceptives. So that's the only one we took off the table. It didn't seem that anybody else was doing it, and then my own crew was somewhat uncomfortable with the idea of doing procedures with the level of support that they have in the health center.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's, Linda, is there another strategy that?
No, those are the aspects.
Those are pretty much, I mean, obviously sex ed, but that falls under the
Health.
And do you know which districts didn't have all 4?
Yes,
And okay, you can get that. Yeah, great.
Member Capola?
I just would like to recognize Debbie Smith Walsh, who's a great advocate for Lynn Community Health Center. And she's everywhere. Anytime, they're out in the community, she is there. And she at one time sat in these same seats as a school committee member, and you have a good person on your team. And I just wanted to recognize and give her credit.
Although on paper I'm her boss.
Oh.
But she tells me what to do.
Member Satterwhite?
And, I put the praise before I had any issues with the communication that we have on this side. Again, I did not say what I said to discredit or to minimize the importance of what you put before us today.
I think it was clear what your concern.
Okay, and that's what I just want to reiterate. So when people watch this or read about it, they understand that it's important, and that's why I brought the data that I received today to you, so you can see that what you've presented to us is accurate. We have an issue, and it needs to be addressed. And I think all of my colleagues have said it and reiterated it. It's just a discussion that needs to continue, and I think that communicating this, like with the speaker said in the beginning, one of the parents that came here, the better communication is important, and this is something that families should know, and I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
We'd be more than happy to engage in whatever way the school committee or the school administration saw fit. If we're talking about school-to-school sort of open mic forums or meetings with a school committee member, however, whatever strategy, whatever approach you think would best serve the community, I think we're willing to engage.
Member Castellanos?
Well, that kind of, when you listed all those cities, that's some of the questions I kind of thought, how they engage and how are they actually doing it? And I appreciate your team coming in here, and they're very into this conversation. I can see, as you're talking, they're making sure that we're not saying nothing too bad, because they're over here. I see all you looking, and I appreciate all you too. But is it possible to pull together what the other cities are doing as well, like in terms of just how to roll that out more effectively, just to, I guess more being more informed in terms of best practice?
Sorry. I know that, I don't know how it was in Boston, because it was already there by the time I arrived there. I know that some of the other places that are fighting for this and some of the places that have just recently had it passed, some people have opened it up to public forum and some people have just left it at the feet of the school committee. It kind of depends on the community and what they've chosen to do. But it's a little bit different each place. We can probably give you a list of some information, but you guys reached out.
Well, when I went to Framingham State, we had something called the Bacchus Network. It was the Pure Health Educator. So it was really student-based. When we talked about, I think we had an issue at college to say, okay, how can we engage students in better practices, right? I think when you look at high schools, I think that's a leadership opportunity. I think if you can engage students and have students who are the direct clients who obviously they're going through this together, I think you can really empower the student voice in a way where you can connect.
I'm sorry, I think I'm misunderstanding. Are you asking how to educate the student body or the public at large?
Well, both. I was just kind of jumping into the conversation. When we're all here tonight, might as well, right?
So Girls Inc., for instance, and Lynn does come out to the schools. I don't know exactly which schools they go out to, but they do engage in this conversation in the classroom in terms of, sexual education and what's available and things like that. Which is actually sometimes when the kids will then, after engaging with that or in other sort of areas of the community where they're learning about these things, then they come back to me and they're like, hey, I heard about this thing. I'm like, that's great. Go down the street. And that's the hard part of it. That's why we're coming here with that ask, is that they're making these connections already. Like Kiyomi had said, these are the kids that are already engaged in this that we're trying to figure out how to cover them even more once they've already started on this. But yes, so there are peer-to-peer mentorships that are going about in the schools who are talking about this actively. There are groups and I think each school operates a little differently, so I can't speak to what's happening at Classical or Marshall or anything else like that. I know that at Tech, we have groups of students who are engaging with each other, like the health tech students are always, teaching each other about various topics of conversation, whether it is about why they should get the flu shot or if it's about, the reproductive system. So there are people who are engaging with each other within the school system. You're right, maybe there should be something where they go out into the community a little bit more, and so the greater community and the greater public learns about this. I know that Lynn Community Health Center, Reagan Crowley is having those Monday talks? Monday community empowerment meetings. And I know one of the topics that she wanted to cover was actually sexual education and health, and having that be opened as well, because all of the Monday topics, they vary in terms of like healthy vegetables and how to cook them quickly to something as uncomfortable as this. And so I know that is one of the topics that she plans on tackling, which I think I'm the one who signed up for.
Member Nicholson?
Thank you. Just sort of a little more tactically in the way this would be implemented, is there any sort of policy that goes into effect about how this is actually rolled out, or is it just once you start it, everybody has access to it and there's no sort of limit or?
I think, let's imagine in my ideal world that you guys vote for it before election season, because election season makes everything uglier and more difficult. Then what happens is then we go to the superintendent in the schools and we say, hey, what kind of policy would you want to see? This is the policy from Lawrence. This is the policy from Salem. This is the policy from Peabody. Which ones do you like? Which parts do you not like? What would you like to change? What would you like to adapt to the Lynn system?
Okay, and so that would be a district policy in terms of how it's implemented.
I think the boss wants to come in. Linda?
I'm with the Galliani. I'm the medical director for the school-based health center, and I know Ms. Gately, I think you had a
speak in the
Which,
mic.
could you
Want to get
You guys come up.
I know you had a general question about consent, and so although the nurse practitioners are allowed to see any child in the school, we do have to have parental consent on file. So parents have to sign a consent before the kids can be seen, either for medical or behavioral health. If they later on choose to take that consent away, they can put that in writing, and all that is in the electronic medical record. And the consent, specifically says the services that we provide. be it physical exams, immunizations, counseling. For the middle school and high schools, it says, you know, STI testing and health education. And so it is out there for the parents. You know, granted, I understand that some parents don't understand what that means, but it is out there, and they do have to sign that before we can engage with any child. The caveat to that, though, is what Kiami said, is that once they become sexually active, they're considered, they are allowed by law to seek, you know, pregnancy testing, birth control, testing for sexually transmitted diseases. By law, we have to provide that, and by law, we cannot discuss that with the parent. Having said that, the nurse practitioners work really, really hard with these kids to get them to have open conversations with their parents. Many can, and many can't. And for the kids that can't, we're the fallback for those people. We're the fallback for those kids. And they come to these nurse practitioners because there's a group of nurse practitioners who are highly dedicated to the adolescents in the city, and really work hard on many things. This is just a small piece of what we do. We work on healthy relationships and academics. And so I just want to clarify the consent piece so that, you know, they're just not seeing kids blanketly.
It's just the 4 ask. I would really like, you really don't know me, but I will take the 4 things and I will go and research it, so then I'm educated to what I'm actually voting on. That's what I really need to do. For me, I mean, like, every woman in the world can choose their own and do whatever they want. I don't disagree with that, but I just am not familiar with all of them, so I'd like to look into some a little bit, if you know what I mean.
I just want to make sure you understood the consent piece. That
Yep,
we do have
I
consent.
do. Thank you for, because now it's on file, the parents consented, and then once they hit a certain age or a certain action, and then they don't have to any longer, they're emancipated. I get it. Thank you so much.
Member Nicholson again, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it might be helpful if you could share some of those policies as well, because I think ultimately, depending on how we would implement it, if it's a district level policy, it may come through the policy subcommittee that we have on the school committee, and we should think as we start this discussion about how we would sort of stage that if there's a blanket vote to take first and then draft a policy, or if people would prefer to understand exactly how it would be implemented in doing that. The other question I have is, we've had the list up there, but I don't have it in front of me. We would now this would be provided at the same level of access in all the high schools. Okay.
Yes, and one thing that Deb Smith-Walsh always tells me to say, we're fully aware that we're guests in your house. And so whatever policies, they'd have to be policies that you are comfortable. We don't own, you know, we're fully guests, and we're abiding by the rules and by the regulations and by the desires of the school administration and the school committee.
I'm really grateful that you're there.
Thank you.
So, I'd like to make a couple comments, and I mean, this is a really important issue that we need to address. And what were the numbers? 8 per 1,000 statewide, 29 per 1,000 in the city of Lynn. That's a problem. And you know, and Donna knows this. I was in the legislature. I was the sponsor for 18 years of the 20 years. 22, probably 22. I guess I'm getting old. For Teen Parent Day, and the first year we had it, and I don't know if you were there the first year, there were about a dozen or 2 dozen teen parents that came to the State House to talk about the challenges that they face. And as the years went on, it became hundreds and close to 1,000 or more that would come to the State House with their children, all teen parents, talking about the challenges they face and hopefully the opportunities we create for them. And always one of the key issues that was always talked about was the support and schooling and supporting those that were teen parents. But just as important was preventing those that haven't gotten to that point yet from having to deal with those challenges. And the most powerful voices were the teen parents talking about this. Yep. So this is a real challenge for us. This is something we really need to address. And I'll also speak to, again, I've been through a long time when Lynn Tech was one of the first school-based, I think it was the first. And I remember talking to the students at that point and saying, wow, it's unbelievable that we can go and talk to someone in Lynn Tech that we're not going to go anywhere else and talk to. That was a long time ago. And what happened is that we've started to create these opportunities for all the schools to make sure that the students have the chance to get the resources to to the health needs they face, whether it be what we're talking about tonight or social and emotional well-being, whatever it is, we continue to go in those directions. But I think the point's really well taken. That's the point where they can trust someone in the school on that day. They're not going to be going down the street to the Lynn Community Health Center and talking to someone else who they don't even know. So I think it's an important issue for us to address, recognizing a lot of questions when you take on these issues. But this is a real issue that we're facing in our community today. And so I want to appreciate you coming in for the presentation. And I think this discussion will continue, and more questions and more information you get for us, I think will help all of us on the committee to hopefully take this on.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you tell her to say her picture won't be on the wall?
Yes, and your picture is up on the wall here, looking down at us all the time, Debbie. Come real along here. You're keeping an eye on us every day, or at every meeting, so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is new business field trip requests. I think there's one there, Superintendent Tutwiler.
Annual trip, 8th grade Breed to Canopy Lake Park. Number of schools have already gone this year without incident, and it's Breed's turn. I recommend it.
What about the date
recommended?
on it? The date says the 10th.
Yeah. What would happen if we denied it?
On June 10th.
It happened already?
It's the 13th.
Today's the 13th.
I don't think it has. And it might be a typo. I know Marshall, they did go. And Marshall went also,
This is for Breed.
Grade 8 graduated today,
they did.
Oh, yeah.
so they're not even here anymore.
Did they go and we have to,
Maybe it already happened.
do we have to retroactively approve
I
it because it's out of
guess- I guess
state?
so.
We
So
have
as
in the
long as
past.
we,
Yeah.
Yes.
Have in the past.
okay, so
I think-
let's do that. Use that word.
Retroactive?
So I recommend that you retroactively.
I make a motion to approve retroactively Breed Grade 8 to Canopy Lake, Salem, New Hampshire on June 10th, 2019.
Second.
And it's actually safer this way.
Requires a roll,
what?
requires a roll call.
Guarantee nobody got
That's
hurt.
right, that's right, right.
Okay.
Mr. Cassianis?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes.
And Mayor McGee?
Yes.
I think it just needs to be signed.
Okay. Next on the agenda is the signing of the lease agreement with the food project for garden space at LVTI, and we have the lease to be signed.
And this is what was discussed.
This was discussed previously, and so
We
basically.
need one
all we
signature or all?
Pardon me?
Do we need one? Okay.
Was a review by our attorney, Mr. Myhouse.
I have, and it's very similar to other leases we have with.
So you recommend signing?
What was the time?
So you've said it's similar to other ones we've signed, and
It's got an escape clause in here, 90 days notice anyways.
Okay.
I mean,
I make a motion that we sign the lease agreement with the food project for the garden space at LVTI.
Second.
roll call required.
Mr. Cassianis?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Is there just one copy or multiples? Good, good.
There you go.
We should have had the Breed student come back for a musical interlude at this moment.
He was good.
It's great.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is Salem State Collaborative. Member Gately?
Yep. I was very disappointed that Salem State Collaborative was cut from the budget without us knowing it last year. When asked, I was told that only 70 teachers signed up. It was not cost-effective, but when you do the math, we paid $200 per course for those teachers, and in my opinion, it was well worth it, the cost of the district. What broke my heart as a science teacher, a middle school science teacher, that oftentimes rode on that bus that took 24 middle school students, were invited to the Women in Science and Engineering design program, engineering program over at Salem State Collaborative. Because of that cut, not one of those middle school women or young ladies got to go to Salem State, and it really upset me. It was a treat to see them on the bus, knowing that they were the best in their school, picked by their teachers, and getting on a bus and driving over to Salem State and seeing college professors teaching them. I was very disappointed with this cut. $10,000 also would be a partnership with the state universities, which is necessary for grants and DESE. And I'm very upset when I go to the community and I hear from people that work in DESE that are saying, what's wrong with Lynn and why aren't we applying for grants? And it's like Mr. Castellanos constantly points out, we need those business and college collaborations. So I'm just very upset about this, and I really, really, really want that put back in, and that's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm so upset. These girls went there, and they loved it, and they went through their different, like they had a course, they spent the whole day in the college. It was wonderful. And I don't know what else to say, but that's why I put it on there, because I have to speak up for Salem State Collaborative, because it doesn't look like anybody else is going to.
Member Castellanos, or?
So, when I found this, when I learned about this situation, I actually was a little bit upset myself, because whenever you could partner up with an establishment like Salem State, they're a vital stakeholder. They're setting people to where we have plenty of teachers that went to Salem State, social workers. That's an institution that we work with really closely. Part of eligibility, I've sat down with DESE recently, and I've done my due diligence in terms of what grants that we're losing out on. We have a forecast, so it's so important to have universities lined up with your mission. And I believe that Salem State University has allowed us to work in a collaborative approach already. And that is so vital to the equity that we're trying to achieve. When we hear the issues of lack of resources, this is tied to why we can't take action in terms of what grants we can get a hold of. And I see it. I've heard it from I'm not going to name names, but people who are winning these grants, and it's not up to, again, I don't mean to put the district in the light where it's, no one's saying it's effort. It's nothing to do with effort. These are development issues. We don't have the mechanisms or infrastructure to support the competitive nature that we need to get grants. We have a grant writer, we have the collaboration, I see it, we have the partnerships, the position in place, but yet we're still being told that we're not competing for the larger grants out there. And it's about identifying grants. And the process to identify a grant takes labor, it takes time, it takes lots of effort, and it takes a consistent partnership coordination. If you don't get partnerships, if you're not continuously going and going actively meeting with these different stakeholders, because I've reached out to these people. I've had conversations with folks that saying, hey, we haven't even got a call back after a meeting that was set up with the district or with the organizations that we're trying to open up the doors to get bigger grants. Like, it's not something that's like just imagine. It's not an imagination. This is happening. We're not competing. That's just the bottom line. when we see lack of resources, not for nothing, but that's the reality.
Superintendent Tutwiler?
Just quickly, in the last school committee meeting, I spoke about a grant that the district just received, comprehensive behavior health grant in the amount of $200,000 for the next 10 years. That's $2 million. I've also spoken about grants that we've applied for aggressively, some received, some not, over the course of the year. In my superintendent's report, I'm going to talk about in more detailed fashion the relationships that we do have with universities that actually results in the placement of 25 pre-service professionals in our schools this year, and plans going forward. So I just want to be clear about that, that we are aggressively looking for funding mechanisms. And relative to the suggestion that my door is open, and we meet with a lot of people who bring forward pretty good ideas, and some of them come with potential for grant funds, but there's often an ask involved with that as well, and sometimes it doesn't align with the work that we're already doing. It's an add-on. Or it directs us or pulls us away from the work that we're already doing. So sometimes we have to say no. I just want to be clear about that. I'm not sure exactly how that particular piece, the aggressive partnership work or grants, I'm not sure what that has to do with the Salem Collaborative. We actually are partnered with Salem State this year, and it's actually a partnership that started last year on the 100 Males to College initiative, which has resulted in, at Lynn English this year, a cohort of students earning dual credit for high school and college, and we plan to expand that, and I'll speak a little bit about that in the end. Relative to the Salem Collaborative, while I deeply respect the idea of trying to engage underrepresented groups, whether it be girls or students of colors or Ls, in areas where, in STEM professions. So the WISE conference, I understand your concern about that, but the capstone experience for our middle school girls is actually the GE and MIT program, which is not an afternoon, but it is a week-long program where the kids spend time at MIT for 3 days and then come back to GE, and it's really rich, really engaged. I'm sorry.
Her niece went.
Okay, right. I'm sure she had an excellent time. That is our capstone experience. We certainly enjoyed the benefit while we were in the Salem Collaborative, which, by the way, was ended before my appointment. So I just want to be clear about that. But we have this wonderful program that we are championing. I think it's also important to be clear about the difference between what we define as professional development and what is enrichment. The state has a really clear guideline for how districts are, or theory around, or philosophy around how professional development is supposed to be gone about. It is data-driven, it's evaluated, it's aligned to district priorities and goals. I have no problem with the Salem Collaborative, but it does not match our definition or the state's definition of rich, rigorous professional development. It's also not sustained. You take one course. There's not coaching afterward on what you learn there. These are the things that we embrace in our curriculum department and district-wide as it relates to professional development. And I'll also say you should look at the list of schools and school districts that are partnered with Salem Collaborative. We would be by far their largest customer. Right, so if the largest district that's partnered with the Salem Collaborative isn't even half the size of the Lynn Public Schools. It's because districts of our size have other resources to offer teachers and the professionals in the district for professional development. Most of the schools that are partnered or districts that are partnered on are tiny. Swampscott, Marblehead, small parochial schools, and that's wonderful for them to offer their staffs that support. We think what we offer here in district and through other mechanisms it surpasses what the Salem Collaborative offers. I just want to be clear about that. Oh, one other thing. We also survey, and I think it just went out. Every year, the curriculum department surveys the faculty on what their interest, or teachers district-wide on what they're interested relative to professional development, and then we take that feedback The curriculum department then crafts the professional development offerings for the ensuing year around that feedback, but then also the pieces that I mentioned around what does the data say that we need? How can we provide sustained coaching so it's not like you go and you learn something and then you move on and it's not nurtured and supported as you go forward. So I just wanted to be clear about that as well.
Member Capola, then Member Satterwhite.
She doesn't.
I'm sorry?
PDPs it offers for one course.
You can add that.
The other piece is that the number of PDPs that these courses offer don't match what we do. Our courses are 10 PDPs or more for recertification. So teachers can use them towards their certification. Now, these courses, they can put towards their, renewing their license, but they're significantly smaller PDP amounts.
Member
We have
Capola.
625 teachers in our middle school and high school, and I asked for a copy of the PDPs that were offered by our city for the science, math, ELA, and if I added this up, we wouldn't even touch, I don't know how much we would touch. Maybe we would get like 300, 400 people. Teachers. Not every teacher is getting PDPs from the district.
So if you're talking about the email that I sent you, those are course offerings.
Yes.
But there are other things, like, for example, the Keys to Literacy professional development. This, over the past couple of days, has hit.
50 at each session.
Right, so
I don't know, I
those
just
are
know
just
that a
course
constituent.
offerings.
Examples.
Yeah, that's not the exhaustive list.
Oh, 'cause it doesn't look like a very.
We'll go to Member Capola, then Member Satterwhite.
Personally, I was upset when we canceled our partnership with Salem State, just as the way Lorraine Gately was saying. And
I don't mean to be rude. You mean with Salem Collaborative? It's
Salem
not the same.
Collaborative, Salem Collaborative, Salem Collaborative. And, but the one thing I must say, and I think the attorney has left the seat there, but maybe me, oh no, I'm sorry. I see you, attorney.
It's hard to see him
Oh,
behind
my lordy.
all of this.
I think, Lorraine, when you say that you're probably the only one that cares, you're not the only one that cares. There's a lot of people that care, and there's a lot of people out in the community that care, in the teaching community, and that have been upset by that. But is it, when they remove it from the budget, we can't add it to the back to the budget. We can only cut, but we can't add.
That's the council with the mayor's proposed budget. Doesn't apply to you. You control your budget in total. So you can add, you can detract, or subtract from it. You have that kind of authority.
So we can make a motion?
The budget.
Right, like the 10,000 that was cut, that we would, like to maybe retry and connect with that.
But I would say, and I've said this before, it's a managerial prerogative in how they want to allocate the funds from that line item. And I don't know whether you can, this committee could direct the superintendent to utilize a certain course for professional development. I don't know whether the school committee has that kind of authority. I think that's a policy, a managerial decision made by the superintendent. That's my opinion on that.
How much is that worth?
A lot. Okay.
Member Satterwhite.
Just a quick question. How long were we in the Salem State Collaborative?
No idea.
20 years? 15 years? No.
It was I was only in the curriculum office for a short period of time. I don't know.
Okay. You said as long as you can remember?
As long as I can remember, we're in Salem State.
Okay. Well, it just goes to, so we meet a lot. We talk about why we do the things that we do. One of the things that we talked about recently was the Discovery Academy and why we wanted it to be the way it is and how it was going to address a different core of students that necessarily wouldn't be that would be impacted most, okay? So with this MIT and GE, obviously not every kid's gonna get into it. there's a certain number of kids,
It's
right?
the same number of kids that the WISE, but it's about, it ranges depending on GE's funding,
Yeah.
between 25 and 40, much like the WISE program. the
And
same
it's not specific to little girls, correct?
It is for girls.
It is for girls.
It's
Okay.
called the GE Girls at MIT program.
Is there any way to see if the program just impacted the same amount, the same students, or if these were different kids that?
Different students. Teachers like to pick different students to go to that than the other one.
So what, I just don't want to get lost in the fact, okay, great, the teachers benefit somewhat, and not in the fashion that you would most be happy with, because it.
I did not make the decision to remove.
No, I understand that. It was prior to your time. I agree. And I'm not blaming you. I'm asking a question. Obviously, if you deem that the relationship that has been built with this collaborative for whatever, 15 years is healthy for the district, and you want to put it back in, you have the ability to, okay? But all I'm trying to say is, if it's not the same students being impacted by this and with the GEMIT, why not reconsider? That's all I'm saying. That's all I wanted to put out there. And
so is your concern just about the why? It's a conference, just about the whys. It's a one.
no, it's not just that. It's obviously there's passion from the teachers that have the involvement as well. You have a teacher working with students in a field that is needed, STEM, science is an aspect of it. You're working with these little girls, you're helping them, to be passionate about something, and then you share a day together at a university with professors. That's a big deal. So that's all. That's
not
all.
saying that it's
yeah.
not.
So that's all I'm trying to do is portray. Hey, if this impacts a different set of students, and the cost is minimal, then that's all. All the information I wanted to chime in was that.
Okay.
I don't know anything about the program. All I know is from what I hear from both of you guys, and that's just my input. Because, again, when we make decisions, or what seems to be, since you've been in charge, is are we getting at different students, this time, because it's important. We need to reach all students. So that's all I'm saying. If we can just view it in that lens, maybe there could be some compromise. That's all I'm saying. I appreciate your input. I appreciate Lorraine bringing this up. So thank you.
Member Ford?
You're saying that the GE program supplanted,
No, that's been around for.
but I mean.
There were
it's-
two.
It's in
programs
place of
for it.
now?
No, it is what we would call a capstone experience. And then no disrespect to the WISE conference, but this is a week-long experience. This is a far more robust
So we
experience.
feel it's a superior choice to,
I wouldn't necessarily say it's a choice to, it's something that exists. It's a feature. I'm not saying one or the other. This is something that is similar but far more robust, that's in place. If the concern is, do our middle school girls have the opportunity to engage and learn more about a profession in which they are underrepresented?
wouldn't it engage the same girls?
I don't know. I've not done the research to see, is it the same group of female students that go to WISE and the GE at MIT? I'm not sure.
Member Gately?
When I sent girls to Salem State Collaborative, and when they were chosen to go to the MIT program, I tried, and my other science colleagues tried to make it so that, like, the ones that went to the MIT were different than the others, so we opened up more women in science and engineering, and more girls got to experience it. So that's one of the reasons why I am upset, because instead of having more, we're just having a certain set. And it was so wide open, and I liked it.
Member Nicholson?
Thank you. I just want to, first of all, thank Ms. Gately for raising this and for the passion on the issue. I think, at this point, it sounds like we're talking about an empirical question, which is who goes to what experience, which there's an answer to that, and none of us have it right now, and so it could be worth checking. You mentioned the other partnerships we have with higher education, and that might be an interesting lens to go at this. You mentioned this the program that you were working on with Salem State with the men of color going to college. And maybe there's an opportunity here for us to step back and say, okay, looking at our secondary students, how many of our secondary students now are connected with a institution of higher learning for whatever reason, like in the middle school level, at the freshman level, at the junior level, and are there gaps? And if there are, how could we best meet those gaps? And if we look at it and we say, you know what, we need to have more middle school girls getting connected to higher education. We have what sounds like a successful and beloved program, and something that we could see how it fit in together. Because I think at least I am struggling right now to see how it does fit together in the various programs that we've mentioned. That would be my thought.
Thank you. Any other questions, thoughts?
Is there any way we could motion it? No?
Next on the agenda is,
Well,
you got a question? I'm sorry.
Like, I didn't know if there was any way we could motion so that Dr. Tutwiler truly sees that we would really like to have that back. I don't know if we can make a motion.
Attorney Miles could.
Well, it depends on what kind of motion you want to put forward. The bottom line, as I stated earlier, it's a managerial prerogative insofar as what professional development courses the superintendent wishes to apply for and put forward. So if there's going to be a motion to direct him to utilize this Salem Collaborative for professional development purposes, I don't think that this school committee has that kind of authority.
Superintendent Tutwiler.
Motions and directives aside, if you would like for me to take another look at the I've met already with the director and had a conversation, but if you'd like for me to take another look at the program and whether or not it is a fit with what we've devised in terms of our strategic plan and what we're thinking about in terms of professional learning and our needs next year, I will do that.
I appreciate that, thank you.
And I would say, instead of putting it in motion form, because I think Attorney Myhouse has identified that superintendent's indicated that he will take a look at that, and we can continue that discussion and get more information for all of the members, and let the superintendent take a second look at that. Member Nicholson, you had a...
Yeah, I was just say, if it's possible when you take that second look to include some of the other programs we talked about, just to understand sort of the scope that we have.
The gap he was talking about, like
Right.
where?
Right. I can do that, but I feel like that is completely separate from. I mean, the program that Mrs. Gately is referring to. I don't think there's anything. I think it's lovely. It's important, but we're talking about 40 students once a year for a day at this conference, but what you're, so that's separate and apart. I think what you're asking from. Is this, does the Salem Collaborative, would a partnership with them meet our needs as it relates, and our standards as it relates to professional development and what we're trying to do around professional learning? Being a member allows you to go to the conference. For all I know, you can probably just pay to go to the conference separate and apart. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, great. I'll investigate that. But I think what you're asking is, sort of a bigger question around, are underrepresented groups able to participate in things related to higher ed, STEM, things of that nature, and where are the services for that, and then where are the gaps? I feel like those are two separate things, and I'm happy to look at that also.
I think we're looking at that in our early college designation.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I think that's a major effort. We did a 2-day conference this week on developing that.
Great.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is Microsoft licenses.
Yes, I realize that this is a year that the Microsoft license is up in December. That's what I was told.
exact date it's up. I'm not sure the exact date it's up. It's $100,000 for the license.
Okay, so, I just made this PowerPoint, it wasn't a PowerPoint, it's actually a Google slideshow. I passed it out because I wasn't sure, Attorney Miles, if I sent it through email, that it would be a, open meeting violation. So it's in front of you in the audience, I'll just read it to you, what I wrote, okay? So my question to the superintendent and to my committee members is, why Google? And my answer to that question is, it is free and opens doors to the world of education for all our students. Now, my next question on the next page was, how can we make the change from Microsoft to Google? Well, on MassQ, if we join MassQ, MassQ has a thing for a transition, a program, actually a course that teaches administrators how to change from Microsoft to switch to Google Suite. And everyone in our administration can take it online, so they wouldn't have to go anywhere. And then if I sent it, you could click on this link and you could go to MassQ and find out what MassQ is, which is a highly charged group of educators that provide educators with various activities that they could use on Google. So I went around like this morning and I was asking a lot of people about, do you use Google or do you use Microsoft? And everybody says they use Google. So then I went to, and I informed the school committee that I went to an ed camp, and the ed camp was very rigorous, and it just charged me right up, and I learned a lot about Google and a lot about Google Math and a lot about how Google can be used in the classroom. So Ed Camp's mission is building communities of empowered educators with a collaborative, participant-driven professional development model. And I invited, when I find out when the next Ed Camp is, I'm going to bring the school committee with me. So why is Ed Camp? No, then the next page says Ed Camp is free. Teachers are empowered. Most districts in Massachusetts use Google Classroom. Lynn has fallen behind other districts using Google. And I want you to ask yourself this question: who doesn't use Google? If you go to your city or town, because a lot of people here are not from Lynn, if you go to, say, you go to Peabody, or you go to Reading, or you go to Beverly, or you go to Boston, you say, gee, what do you use? And they're going to tell you that they use Google. They do not use Microsoft. So then I wrote also, reason number one that Lynn Public School doesn't use Google, because I've asked, and school committee was told that Microsoft was the safest out of the two, and that it was worth having our district being safe from viruses. And so we approved to continue to use Microsoft. However, we got that virus attack and it shut down our system. So that made me question, why not Google? And reason number two, why can't we use Google? And it would cost so much money to change over. Really? That was really? It would cost that much money? Google is free. MassQ, when you click on that, the annual fee for a corporate partnership is $7,500. Reason three that I investigated, our district is too large. That was one of the other reasons why we can't go to Google. But Boston Public School System uses Google. So does most colleges and universities. We need to change now. The license expires, I thought, Kevin, in December 2019. And we could do a lot with $100,000 in Lynn Public Schools. And then I just was being a wise guy, so I put rejoin Salem State Collaborative. Does anyone want to make a motion to cut Microsoft license and just switch?
Superintendent Tutwiler.
Before you do that, having worked in 3 districts before Lynn, all of which were Google, one where I worked with the school or led the school to a one-to-one environment, so like deeply, and we use Google Classroom. in each of those districts, we still had Microsoft licenses for Word, PowerPoint, Excel, things
So
of that
is that
nature.
the-
So I would just be really careful about making a motion to cut that, because most of the districts that are, or all, still have licenses for those offerings, and they also, and we there are a number of Microsoft features that we use outside of the classrooms in compliance and in other aspects of the organization. So if you wholesale shut that down, we would be in trouble.
Member Satterwhite?
That's one of the things that I would like more information on. Would it still cost $100,000? Would it be cheaper if we tone it down?
So we can look into that. My understanding is that we have a package that includes, in addition to the Office 365, the full Office suite, all of those other compliance features, management and security. They created a package for us. I don't know what it would cost to parse out and say, how about just this, just that, just this, just that.
Or maybe
it would not be free. And I think the price goes up when you go a la carte. So you could end up spending the same or potentially more when you break it out of their package.
How do the other districts like Boston and the other ones you worked in deal with that?
When I was a principal in Boston, I did not get that deep into, I had no idea how the district handled funding around
Because
their
Google
licenses.
does have Office suites, not per se Office, but they have Google Word, they have Google
They do.
Excel.
Well, I'll tell you that my children, I live in Andover, my children, or the school is a Google district. They still have Microsoft Word on the computer. They still have licenses for the Office suite. And I'd just like to say one other thing, just to be clear. You really should spend some time, and like having spent many, many years working in the Google suite, the Office 365 online provides the same types of features. I'm more familiar, I was like, when I came here, I'm like, geez, we're not Google. I'll have to learn this. It's the same offering. They are the same programs. Your Google Docs, there's Microsoft Word Online. Your Google presentation, there's a feature in the Office 365 suite.
Cost though too, I think, if it's $100,000.
I just don't think that you're going to find a major cost savings if you said, you know what, no more Office 365 online. We're still going to need, for the other aspects of the organization relative to compliance, management, and security, you're still going to need licenses for other parts of the organization.
But it's at it's toned down substantially. So my law firm, I use Microsoft 365. I have 15 computers. I'm not paying $100,000. So that's all I'm saying. If you don't, you're not going to need it district-wide. It's not going to be in every school. You need it for certain components of the district will need it to stay compliant.
Well, I would want to make it available on every computer. So if a teacher goes and wants to make you could do that within the Google Drive, but often when you download it, let's say I want to print something, you download it, it downloads into PowerPoint, right? So you need that there. And I'll also say, just to be clear, I don't necessarily, and of course I have not done deep research on this, I'm not sure that most colleges or universities are Google environments. Many of them use Blackboard and have their own, they create, or Moodle, they create their own online environments and may not be anchored in Google. And then the business world, that's where you see Google take a deep dive. Like that's the Microsoft has the market cornered in terms of that. So I would focus or be thinking, with my educator hat on, more about like what skill sets are students walking away from the Lynn Public Schools with that they can apply, whether, okay, great, I'm using Microsoft Online and the Office 365, PowerPoint. I can easily transfer that skill to using, to being active and effective in other environments.
And just a point, as we start to discuss this, I think there's a lot more here that I would really like to know before we even thought about taking out something that we use throughout the system and bringing something on. And then I have questions. You know, most districts use it. What are those districts? Lynn's falling behind other districts, according to who and how are we falling behind? I mean, is Google making that suggestion? So, I mean, this is something that I think, well short of being a motion, that we need a lot more information, particularly when we're depending on this. And I think from what the superintendent has to say, doesn't mean we can't take a look at what Google has to offer in conjunction with what they're doing. Is that?
Yeah, I am happy to go the distance, or do some digging and find out what Google districts pay for, and to the extent that I can pay for in terms of licenses, and we can do an analysis to see if there would be a major cost savings for us. I just have a sneaking suspicion that it's not going to be what we think it is. It certainly won't be the entire amount, because there will be some things we'll have to keep.
Other questions?
Well, just in terms of
Castellanos.
the cost analysis on that, I would like to see that as well, to see what the comparisons are, to see what, I guess, what the best practice is. I know Google Chromebooks, I've used Google, I've used Microsoft, I like Google. I think it's just in terms of just what best practices, what would be a better fit. And I agree, I think what the educator wants and the student wants is what I think those are great questions in terms of where in the best interest of equity and how we're going to improve that. And if we look at $100,000, if we look at the numbers, like you said, if you get, and I understand the bundle packages, because obviously once you start separating it, like if you're going to get cable plus internet plus a phone, you get a cheaper cost. But I understand that. Could we just get to see that analysis and kind of have more conversation around that?
And I think it's a great question. I think not only a discussion on the cost, but the comparison between the two related to what you get from both, including adding Google, and then what are the costs, what's the cost analysis, both based on the cost itself and how it relates to what we have and what we'd use Google for if we decided to actually take down on as well.
Just one quick.
Member Satterwhite.
And Dr. Tutwiler, if you go through everything and you see that what information is that we provided, that Google is really at minimal cost, why not give the teachers the ability to use it, and keep Microsoft if we need to, you know what I mean?
What do you mean, give them the ability to use it?
All right, teachers able to use Google and
I use it all the time.
Okay, so. Okay, just wanted to make sure, yeah.
Yeah, you're.
So Google Classroom's used, just want to make sure, okay.
Anybody with a Gmail account,
yes,
can have a good time.
So more information will be provided.
Just a quick look. So if we have teachers already using it, right? Like if we're already using Google, so why not save $100,000 if we're already out there? Let's get out the dark. We use both, right? Sorry.
I think the discussion is that we're also using the Microsoft, and so what?
It's a bigger
it's a bigger issue, and I'd like to get more information related to that. Yes, Member Ford?
I just like the tone of the meeting tonight. We're a policy-making body. We pay a superintendent a lot of money to make decisions that affect what we do every day. That's his job. I think we're getting way over our head trying to tell him how to micromanage, when feed us his data, and those are some of the, and if he fails, ultimately that's his position, that's his job. It's not our job to do his job. I think we're way out of line tonight.
Thank you, Member Ford. I think with that, we've had this discussion, and we're going on to the next item on the agenda. Move on the Lynn Evening Enrichment Program to Fecht O'Leary.
Yeah, that's me. I am proposing to move the Lynn Evening Enrichment, it's also called Education, depending on where you look at it, program from Lynn English to Fecht O'Leary, effective fall 2019. As you know, the program has been in place for more than 20 years, long time. Originally, it was housed at Lynn Tech. When the director of LEAP moved or took a position at Lynn English, the program went with him. To be clear, this is not about the leadership of the program, it's about the students in the program. The program has evolved in recent years to take on more social and emotional supports. The program continues to evolve in that direction as many of the students who attend require that support. I would like the program to evolve to include vocational offerings. This piece cannot happen at Lynn English. Further, the central location of and public transportation accessibility to FECTO make it a better option for students. Lastly, as you might imagine, there are a number of night events during the week at English High School. In fact, if you go over there, it's pretty busy on most nights over there, less so at FECTO. This feature will allow these students the dignity to attend school at night without navigating competing programs throughout the building and in the cafeteria, because we offer them dinner. Both principals, Ms. Scully and Mr. Strange, are completely on board with the proposal.
Motion to move Lynn Evening Enrichment Program to FECTO Leary.
I'd like to make a motion to move the LEAP program to FECTO Leary.
Second, requires a roll call.
Mr. Cassianis?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Sadoway?
Yes.
Mayor McKee?
Yes. Next on the agenda is a vote to approve the project funding for the Lynn Vocational Tech Institute and Annex roof repairs through MSBA. We have a motion. Do we need to read the full motion in, Attorney Myhouse?
Yep. Make a motion.
Would
I'll
you
make
like-
a motion. Ordered that the city of Lynn appropriates the amount of $4,237,788 for the purpose of paying costs of the design and replacement of the roof at Lynn Vocational and Technical Institute Annex, located at 80 Neptune Boulevard, Lynn, Massachusetts, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto the project, which proposed repair project would materially extend the useful life of the school and preserve an asset that otherwise is capable of supporting the required educational program. And for this, the city may be eligible for a grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, said amount to be expended under the direction of school committee. To meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to borrow said amount under MGL C-44, MGL C-70B, or pursuant to any other enabling authority. The city acknowledges that the MSBA's grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need as determined by the MSBA, and any project costs the city incurs in excess of any grant approved by and received from the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the city. Provided further that any grant that the city may receive from the MSBA for the project shall not exceed the lesser of 79 58/100% of eligible approved project costs as determined by the MSBA, or 2, the total maximum grant amount determined by the MSBA, and that the amount of borrowing authorized pursuant to this vote shall be reduced by any grant amount set forth in the project funding agreement that may be executed between the city and the MSBA. Any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this order, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs provided by this vote in accordance with MGL C-4420, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount. The treasurer is authorized to file an application with the appropriate officials of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to qualify under MGL C-44A any and all bonds or notes authorized by this order, and to provide such information and execute such documents as such officials of the Commonwealth may require in connection therewith.
The motion is made.
Second.
Requires a roll call.
Mr. Cassianis?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Ms. Ford?
Yes.
Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Sadoway?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes. Next on the agenda is proposed FY20 budget. We had a pretty robust discussion last meeting, but what's on again, just to ensure members had an opportunity to ask any other additional questions they may have. So, Member Sadoway?
Thank you. What was put in our folder, is this the projected class sizes?
Yep.
Okay. Is Discovery in here?
Yeah.
I looked for it under tech. I didn't.
We don't.
That's, I'm sorry.
No, you got it.
The greens and yellows are the current classrooms we have, and so the numbers, so, for example, the first grade numbers in an elementary school are actually the current kindergarten numbers. So everything was rolled over 1 year. Does that make sense? And then the kindergarten numbers are the pre-registered students at this point. So Discovery is not on there because that's what we currently have. But
So-
we do know that there's 305 students who
Okay.
enrolled.
So that was, my question is, I didn't see Discovery. It's not in there because the rollover and whatnot. Okay. So it's good that, this is information that's important for us because it's important to see what we're looking at, and where our resources should be. I've received calls from concerned teachers and parents, and they've looked at the budget and saw certain things happening. And my response to them is what I've been saying since the beginning, that it's really about equity, not equality, and each school has its own makeup and diversity and need, and that principal understands it, I'd say, sometimes better than we do, more than often, would you say? What I realized and thought about, and it was pretty much confirmed today as we sat through these graduations of these large classes, that next year the sizes will decrease, but we have a huge number of students coming through elementary school, which will eventually go to middle school. So my fear is that there are, I got a call from a clerk, but there are other direct resources to students that we need to consider, because the enrollment may decrease in some middle schools, but it's only temporary. And we have to realize that these direct sources and these clerks and these other positions have built relationships with people. So if where do they go, and is it going to be hard for a new person to come in after the fact to then have that same relationship with the student body when the numbers increase substantially down the line, because we have nothing in place with regards to what we're going to do with the 2 new schools that we need? That's a lot, and I apologize.
I'm not. You'll have to. Well, so I'll just say this. In the budget in the PowerPoint part of the last meeting, I tried to make clear that the development of the organization for each school was really a collaborative process. We created a uniform reflection sheet where principals were really supposed to, dive deep, think about their organizations and how they wanted things to work. And most of what you see in here, like the vast majority, reflects the thinking of the person who knows the building best. And in some cases, there was a scenario where a principal might propose, like, I think I need this position more than I need this position, so I'm proposing to eliminate this and open this position. And so I think I'm pretty sure that's what happened relative to that clerk position. And I hear you on the temporary nature of the solution with the Discovery Academy, and I hope that I've been consistent in sharing that, like, this is not going to be.
You said it was never a fix.
Yeah, right.
You
relief.
Point blank.
Yeah, right.
That was your statement. It's not going to fix our issue. What's going to fix our issue is more space, more buildings, and we don't have that. So it's important that I put it out there that obviously we see what's happening, what's coming towards us, and you know, I think that relationships are key. I think that almost all of our staff they're invested. I'd say all of our staff is invested in the what is called the Lynn Public Schools, but what makes the Lynn Public Schools are the teachers and the students and us, you know what I mean? So it's important to realize that the buildings would be absolutely nothing if we weren't in them. So it's just, I want to make sure that I understand every year we're going to have a budget, so it might be different with regards to equity next year and the following year, but just we need to consider, and I understand again, that equity is what's most important and what the need is for that school, but I just wanted to put that out there. I just received these other stuff, so I might have another question or two. Thank you.
Other questions? Member Capola?
Okay, under the technology, the reason for Director of Technology and adding on a job.
That wasn't the PowerPoint.
Under Network Technology.
Because of the virus, remember? We talked about it.
Yeah, so.
Is that the job for the virus?
There's two jobs on that page.
Yeah, I see the other one, land manager.
We had, as part of the virus, one of the individuals actually gave us, I thought, did we pass that out previously? Last time about the recommendations that staffing changes and additional staffing needed to oversee the overall district level as well as the virus. You know, with the new software we're going to be having, it needs to be looked at on a regular basis. So between the two people, there's going to have to be some really eyes on every day versus running around fixing things, which basically is happening right now. So they actually mentioned we should have more people, but we're trying to just take steps in the right direction to get staffing as needed. You know, and this will be a work in progress because I think they said we should have like 10 more people, but we can't afford that at this point.
Okay, under the finance, the payroll manager, and then there's a cutting 2 clerks.
Yep, both those positions are empty. One has been empty for a year, and the other one is when we went over to the new Munis system, it's taken out the ability that the jobs are actually easier to do because everything's on this newest system now, and it's not as much paper. So both those jobs have been completely empty. And what I'm trying to do is, as far as a management team, there's only there's actually 2 really finance people in the school district, myself and the grants person. I have a more of a planning manager is the other position, who handles all the moves and other things that's non-financial related. So there's a team of us of 3 people for a district size. It's pretty thin. And with the new payroll system, I need someone to be monitoring that on a regular basis. We pay over 2,000 people a week. It's very time consuming, and there are a lot of questions, and working with the Human Resources Department, the way things are moving fluidly around here, we need someone to have really eyes on that job on a regular basis. So I'm requesting that, and I believe we're going to be bringing that job description forward to at the next subcommittee meeting that's coming up, so it could be approved by you at that point.
Okay, when you said about cutting it for the paperwork, was that, because that was under food service?
That's different.
This one says clerical up top on the third line.
That's correct. In payroll, there was a position when, that was in my office and another person, someone in accounts payable, the supervisor of accounts payable retired a year ago, and the person in my office went over to that position, and I left it unfilled. Because it was for somebody else that, if you remember, I had another position years ago that retired, and we were making cuts, and I didn't fill that position. So that person was that secretary to the person. Still does things, but we're able to absorb everything through the accounts payable department now. So I really don't need the position. So, I felt at this point it would be better to get a manager that can actually do some financial managing in that department and more or less supervising and overseeing the day-to-day payroll issues that are going on down there.
Okay.
And you're correct on the food service. That was because of, the food service was because of, now we're CEP, Community Eligibility Program. There are no more paper applications. All the students used to fill out paper applications. We have to send them out. This person would collect them out and have to manually enter them into the computer one by one. So that was a very time-consuming job, but now we just get the numbers from the state. The state just gives it to us, so there's no more data entry. So that person retired back in February, so we, no longer gonna need that position.
Okay. This might have been answered for me before, but under one of these things, it's the first in math, shows that was cut. Did you?
That's correct.
That's the program that we just saw tonight has been cut.
That's correct.
Is
That
there
is a
any
program-
particular reason?
Yeah. So that program cost $80,000 or $78,000, I think is the specific number. The usage and the participation in that program is really low for the district. And quite frankly, as wonderful as it is that we have students participate and earn as many stickers as they do, there's no data to suggest that it actually is effective in helping students improve their math skills. And if you look at, and in a number of the schools that are celebrated relative to participation in that program, still, you don't see that same achievement on MCAS. And so that was a really hard decision, but I would rather focus our attention on something that's actually going to move the needle for students. We're looking for another way to engage. It's fun, like students like to do it, but for as long as we've had it, it has not shown substantive empirical changes in terms of math performance in this district.
Okay.
And the participation rates. I mean, I can get you specifics on it, but you'll notice that, we've got 19 elementary schools, and, I've been here for, this is my 4th year, and I typically hear the same schools. There are some schools where the participation rate is really, really low. And so that is a significant expense. We just didn't feel like it was one that was worthy going forward.
That's disappointing, I'm sure, for people that have been participating, and it probably will be. And I do have a concern about cutting the clerk at Breed. Even though every school is different, and it is up to the principals whether they want to use it or not. But when you have a school that has as many students as they do, and other schools in the district have approximately the same students and going to have 3 clerks. And I understand, I know the principal is looking for something that she wants in particular, but for her to have to sacrifice a clerk to put it down to 2, and then I think, what I think Mr. Satterwhite was trying to explain is, people can leave and bid on different schools. So those people have had relationships with students, parents, faculty in that building, and it makes it run easier when you do something like that. But when you cut a particular job, people are going to say, we have the same students as a middle school across the city, and they have 3 clerks, and we're going to be here doing all the work as 2 people. Is disheartening. I feel like she should have, the principal, what she needs. But also that we shouldn't be putting it on the backs of 2 clerks for the number of students that they're going to be caring for. That's to me is a problem.
So I respect your perspective. I would say, as I did earlier, that we really trust the judgment of the principals relative to their organization. That was not something I asked that principal to do. That was something that principal proposed relative to the next fiscal year.
And I understand that she's looking for something that I'm sure she really needs. She's looking for a second of something she already has. That is fine. I agree with that totally. But I also think to cut a clerk and ask 2 clerks in one building to do the same thing the 3 clerks are doing in another building is not equitable to me. And it causes a problem, and I'm sure it will cause a problem when bumping and bidding happens, and then, then people have been disrupted on their jobs, and then we'll come back here and somebody's gonna say, 2 clerks just can't do it, we really need 3. There'll be grievances and whatever else, and, we'll be then adding on a 3rd just to, actually do the work, and it's a shame that we would have done something like that, just to give her what she wants, but I do want her to have what she wants. If she feels as though she needs 2 parent liaisons, that's fine by me. That school, if that's what they need it. But to cut a clerk is just, to me, not the way of doing it, and ask them to do more work than they're doing at another school. The work, I'm sure, is equal from school to school.
Member Satterwhite, then Member Castellanos.
And I'm just looking at Breed while Donna's talking about it, and I hate to continue on with this, but for fiscal year 2019, there was 115 full-time employees and 17.5 grants. For fiscal year 20, all that's there is 113 in the same 17.5, so it doesn't look like there was anyone added, it just looks like someone was taken away, or 2 people were taken away.
So what you're describing is a shift, and there's actually a benefit. So the addition of the special education, English language arts, and mathematics department heads, that was the add. So the principal is now getting additional content-specific leadership in that school, evaluation support, but also teaching support. So that's why it looks the way that it does. But to achieve that, the proposal was, I will reduce this position, I will reduce this position, but here's what I gain.
I'm recalling what you talked about last time. I apologize for that. Thank you.
Member Castellanos, and then Member Gately.
Kev, thank you for the pie charts.
I told you I'd get you the
I
pie.
appreciate that. So I'm looking at security. I have a couple questions. My first question is system upgrades. Are those capital improvement, like locks? Are those windows? Like, what is the system upgrades for 200,000? What is that?
We continue to evolve, like with the video cameras, the actual, like the card readers, like when you get in. We've been doing that, and there have been some locks on doors. So, but locks are small dollar amounts; they wouldn't be considered capital. So, we're not replacing the doors, but just the key locks. He's been going through buildings, so we're always constantly we're evolving. This has been going on since I came here, that we bought like the DVR recorders that record all the data. We're actually now replacing some of those because they're so old and they're outdated. So it's this constant evolution of upgrading the materials on a basis.
So like at Lead English and like some of the other places, I think Lead English, when we had that situation happen, that was kind of a human error, if I remember. Was it an error of someone opening?
The alarm?
Yeah, was it like someone opened the?
The error was around the settings of the alarm.
All right, so we didn't, but there was no upgrades there. We didn't need any from.
That's under ISD.
Okay. My next, so I have another. Well, school safety comes in different forms. I know we have had school lockdowns. I know, the fear is out there. I personally was involved recently at a school where there was a potential threat, and I was actually in a lockdown. It was at in the Highlands. I don't have to say it, but I was involved, and I ended up having a really bad panic attack. and I had a really tough time to process this incident. It was the threat was it wasn't as serious as it developed, but at the time, we thought it was a real threat. And I would have never thought in a million years that I would have been emotionally impacted by the situation. It was an active shooter protocol, and I was involved, and I got to really feel what that felt like secondary. Like, we could talk about all you want, but I went in to a situation that morning, and I had no idea what that was like. And that led me to asking many questions afterwards. What kind of policies do we have? Are we following state guidelines for our training? What's the partnership look like with LPD? I reached out with, obviously, Officer Owen Wright does a great job with policies and our procedures in these different lockdowns. But when I looked at certain trainings, I tried to reach out. I couldn't really pinpoint any real, I don't want to say professional development, but I think it's more trainings to prepare us. And I know lockdowns is one mechanism, but I did some research, and Alice training, and I reached out to multiple districts. I know Alice training was an active shooter training that has been utilized, but I wasn't really sure. We don't do that, which something is, for me, I think it is important to look at what that looks like down the road. And I know we have a SRO and Student Academy. I see that we're making investments, but what ways are we going to start making that step forward to enhance that? Are we planning on it? Are we looking at enhancements? What does that look like in terms of just?
So Officer Wright goes to trainings pretty regularly, and I can get you specifics on what he's gone to and how he brings what he learns to bear on the safety and security protocols in the district. I'll tell you, Officer Ferrari was here, so maybe 3 years ago. There was a conversation about Alice, because it is, I forget, it's an acronym for something, I forget what it stands for, but it is a something.
Active shooter response training.
Okay. So the philosophy is different than your traditional lockdown. It's more, fighting back, or if there's an active shooter in one part of the building, then you're evacuating the other part of the building instead of staying, locked down, so to speak. And in that discussion years ago with the superintendent, the decision was, or the proposal was to stay with what we had, because not everybody was going that direction, and it was sort of a new philosophy on school safety. I recently had a conversation with Officer Wright, and I don't think that this is necessarily a decision that the superintendent would make by himself. I think it would be the chief of police. It would be a collective decision as to what does the research say is best practice around this, and do we need to make a decision to evolve in that direction? So that is just beginning to happen again.
No, and I do appreciate that. I get calls from parents, from staff. I get calls. For myself, I felt very vulnerable in that situation. I was very vulnerable, and I think that was the post-secondary trauma that I experienced. I really felt that, and it's one thing to talk about it, when you talk about policy and what's happening across the country, but when you have this happening on the daily, this is happening. It's a reality. It's just something to pay mindfulness to have that conversation. I think we have the dialogue. I think we do have the community input as well, because I think if that's going to be something with the police department, I think something that could be helpful and resourceful to move into that direction, it would be very appreciative. I had just had one more conversation I'd like to add to the table. I also, part of security, I throughout my year, I've had constituents reach out about cross guards, and I understand the police department it's in the police department's budget. 100%. I get it. What I was really concerned was with the number. I believe the number to be, I think it's 92 is the appropriate, to have a full man, force out there is 92, and we're at almost 40. That's really concerning to me, especially when you have, I've heard cross guards having to double shift, and you're leaving very hazardous intersections unmanned. It's just it is concerning. Actually, on another part is I've drove by and I see cross guards all the time, and sometimes there are intersections that I always think to myself, like, wow, man, it would be pretty important to have a crossing guard there. And I know we have fun, so there's, obviously we have a constraint, it's a stiff budget, I get it. We also have funds coming in. I think the teachers union, I think the state's moving in a direction where there's a lot of funds being moved around to improve equity. I think that's important. I think teachers deserve money. I think the people on the ground who, like crossing guards, if we're below the number, they're only getting paid $13 an hour. And it's